Let me pause recording.
If you're here in New Mexico or where you're piping in from, but you know, we've had some interesting weather over these last 2 days, and I'm in Clovis, the eastern portion of the state, and so woke up this morning and we are, I believe it was 4 degrees with the wind chill. It was -10. And I'm looking out the window and it looks like we have a little bit more snow that's falling. And so our college, Clovis Community College is where I work. They decided to have us all work remotely today. So in honor of not having to dress up or anything, but still look good, right? I'm going to style my SBDC hat. You know, for us women, you know, sometimes that means bad hair day, but so we're all having fun. So I hope everyone is warm and safe and ready to get busy. So I really do love the poll. It looks like maybe not a lot have participated, or maybe I'm just looking at a wrong one. So let me, you've already ended it, right, Chris, the poll? Okay, I see now.
Not quite yet.
Okay, I just ended it.
Okay.
Alrighty, and have 45 out of 51 of the folks participated. And I'll share those results. And so you all can kind of look at that, and we'll kind of talk about that a little bit later. You know, hats off to those folks, those 7 that says, Sandra, no, I don't identify with wild animals. I would probably say today I may definitely identify with some of those wild animals, the way it's been going. So hopefully you enjoyed that, and definitely the presentation on learning about the Small Business Development Center. My computer is a little bit slow, so let me make sure it's going to switch slides here. So just a little bit about me, as I'm not sure how much Chris had given you all, but I am the director, one of the directors here with the New Mexico Small Business Development Center. And my location, as I said, is in Clovis at the Clovis Community College. Always excited to talk about QuickBooks. I've been a pro advisor for several years. I owned several businesses, and my education is in accounting. And I do like accounting. And I'm sure as we go through this class today, you all will definitely hear that in my voice. So I believe there was one question that I had saw, and it says, if you need QuickBooks open for this class, you know, right now, which this is quite different from a face-to-face class, you know, they do have their benefits as well as a virtual setting. But right now at this point, especially for the morning, you just really just need to take notes and, you know, really watch the PowerPoint. You know, there will be times where I will reference the handouts that Christopher sent to you, and hopefully you were able to download them. However, I would say pretty much about 90% of what I'm going to share with you will be in the booklets. It may be in a different form, but the information, really what you need to do your books are there. And then of course, you always have access to the to myself, and then some of the other advisors who are knowledgeable in QuickBooks, and you can always reach out to us as well too. So these are the topics that we are going to cover on this time that we are together. And first I want to just talk about really small businesses. And again, I really encourage you, if you are not a current Small Business Development Center client and you haven't sat down and visit with one of my cohorts around the state, I really do encourage you to do that, because really the odds against you as a small business is really it could be really challenging. And 20% of small businesses fail within the first year. And I will say some of that is definitely because they're not taking care of their books and up on taxes and meeting those obligations. And then 50% of those remaining fell in about 5 years. And so just again, having a good accounting professional and definitely following their advice is important. And then the Small Business Development Center, although we will not do your books for you, but we will definitely help you to understand those financial statements and to know, what taxes, that you need to be taking care of, that you can have a great dialogue with your accounting professional that you hire. So converting QuickBooks Desktop to QuickBooks Online, and just for not Q&A, but just for responses, I think we're going to chat. Is that correct, Chris? Because I wanted to, actually, I think that's another poll that I have. Let's see. Let's go to 3. So if you all will, let me know what version of QuickBooks Online you're using. And I believe one of them I forgot to put on there was none of the above. And because some of you may not be using QuickBooks Online just yet. So I'll keep that poll open a little bit longer. And if you have not used QuickBooks at all, online or desktop, so I did have the desktop as an option, put in the chat that, no, I'm not, never have used any of the QuickBooks products. That would be great too. And so I'll leave that poll open for another 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. All righty. So that gives me really a good gauge to go by. So looks like the majority of you are still on QuickBooks Desktop, 29%, and then QuickBooks Plus, the other bulk. Essentials. I read that wrong. I'm sorry. QuickBooks Online Essentials is the majority. Okay, great. Well, thank you for participating in that poll. And then we have a few, looks like, in chat that just started, haven't used yet. Okay. Well, great. And especially for those that have not used QuickBooks Online yet, and that's something that you definitely want to do after this seminar, make sure that you, and I'm sure Chris will put it up, the link to where you can actually get that as a discount through the American Small Business Development Center. And so we definitely want to pass on those discounts to you all. And I apologize, it's only for those, I believe, who have never had QuickBooks Online. So for those of you that have already purchased it, I'm sorry. So there was a large percentage of you that are using QuickBooks Desktop. And by you taking this, you're probably then wanting to see what is going to look like to go from desktop to online. And I will say that there is a process that requires you to go through to go from desktop to online. And it's really important to follow those steps. And so we highly recommend that you do seek the advice of a pro advisor expert to really help you convert from desktop to online. And then one of the things that I will say, some folks are, will say that, my desktop, it's in a mess and, I just want to start fresh. And so you can definitely do that. So you don't have to convert, you don't want to convert bad information from desktop to online. But there is a way to import your customer list and your vendor list and even your employees for those of you who have employees. But definitely, if you're wanting to convert from desktop to online using the same data file, make sure that you solicit advice from a pro advisor to do that. Okay, so let's talk about QuickBooks Online. And QuickBooks Online is totally different from the desktop. One of the main differences is that it is a monthly or annual subscription-based software. The other neat thing about QuickBooks Online is that it's in the cloud. And this is really great because you do not need a specific type of computer system. So, you can have a PC, you can have a Mac. It really doesn't matter. As long as you have access to an internet browser. And of course, the best internet browser would be the Firefox or Google Chrome. The other great thing about the QBO, which is short for QuickBooks Online, is that it uses a secure US-based server that is bank level encrypted. It uses that 128-bit SSL encryption. So just like the banks would use when they're transferring information to you via the internet. The other neat thing is that you don't have to worry about, downloading software, making sure that your operating system is compatible with that type of software. But the really neat thing that I do like is just the backups. I'm from when I first got introduced to computers, and I'm probably getting ready to tell my age here. I was working at a job, my first professional job, and we were using, it was an IBM computer. And some of you may know DISC, right? But you might be thinking, I'm looking around my office, I bet I could probably put my hand on a DISC. But we had the smaller little discs, like the 3.5 or 3.25, I can't remember what size they were. But when I started with this business, it was actually probably bigger than an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. So it was one of those mammoth discs that we would use, put in the slot, do our accounting work on, and really interesting. And of course, we had to make backups. And it was so important to have those backups done really daily. And then you needed to store those discs, probably off-site somewhere. So with QuickBooks Online, you don't have to worry about that. And you can use it anytime, anywhere. It is really great to have. There's several different subscription levels, and I'll go over that here shortly. It also provides real-time bank feeds, which desktop does that as well too. And then there are different apps that you can add to it just to make your life, a little bit easier. One of the things I have, some of the clients will use a separate app for their invoicing, and then that app then will talk to QuickBooks, download the necessary information so that our clients, the businesses, can do additional accounting steps like their accounts payable, their payroll, but they use an outside app, just for their invoicing. There are other apps that are out there that can do so many different things, just to make your life a little bit more easier. Square, actually, you can transfer information from the Square credit card system to QuickBooks as well. So these are the 4 subscription levels. For those of you who are on desktop, these are the choices that you would have. And then I'm going to talk about each of those different subscription levels. The first one is the QuickBooks Online Simple Start. And this is $12.50 a month. And what the Simple Start will do for you is it will definitely track your income and expenses. It's always important to a business because your income and expenses determines what you're going to pay taxes on. And that's something that every business reports to the Internal Revenue Service, as well as any other government entity, as well as your lenders, as well as your investors, and then you, just the owner. So that's important. It will capture and organize receipts, help to maximize tax deductions. You can do invoicing and accept payments. So it has a AR, accounts receivable feature. There's some basic reports that you can do with the Simple Start. You can do estimates. So I always think that this is great, especially for those businesses like construction or any business where you are giving your customers an estimate before you perform the work. Track mileage, great, especially for those individuals who are file as a sole proprietor. You can actually track your mileage using the app. For contractors that you hire to do work for you, and then at the end of the year, or really by January of the following year, you have to give them a 1099, so it will track that. Track sales and sales tax, very important. It is one user, so that may be a drawback, especially if it's a husband and wife team, or if you have a manager that you're wanting to have access to it, they would have to use your same username and log in, which really means that when someone goes in and does something, you don't know who does it because it's only one login. So it's one user. And then there's 2 accountant users. So you can have a pro advisor that could be one of the users, and then you can have a bookkeeping service, or maybe even another accounting firm. And then there are a set of standard reports that it comes with. So that's $12.50 a month, and that's at the discounted rate for 3 months. After 3 months, then it goes up to that price that's marked out, which was $25 for the Simple. So the Essentials has everything that the Simple Start has, plus it has accounts payable. So accounts payable, yes, you can pay your vendors on Simple Start, but it will not allow you to enter those bills ahead of time and then pay them a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks later. That's basically what accounts payable is, where you're going to pay your liabilities at a later date. Also, if your business is dealing with different countries you're interacting and they pay you in their currency, if that's the case, and you need to, let me add to that, and you want your financial statements and some of your records to actually give you the multiple currency rate, then you may want to consider Essentials. It allows you to do recurring transactions. And so let's say that you have, well, you pay your electric bill every month or your rent, and you want, instead of having to generate a new accounts payable or bill for that particular expense, you could just make it recurring. So QuickBooks will know come the 15th of every month, you know, this electric bill is due. And then all you would really have to do if the amount changes is change the amount. And that's all you would have to do. That's really recurring transactions. It will allow you to track time, and this is track time for yourself as well as your employees if you have any. Delayed charges and credits, unlimited users for time tracking. So again, if you have employees and they can actually download the QuickBooks Online app, of course it won't be the full version, but just the time tracking portion, and they can actually log in. So really kind of will replace like a time machine. I said a time machine, not a time machine. Clock in. You guys know what I'm talking about. I haven't clocked in a long time. I forgot what it was called. But anyway, that can take the place of it. You can have multiple users. So it's up to 3 users that you can have, in addition to your 2 accountants. And then it comes with about 40 standard reports. The Essentials is $25 a month, $50 after 3 months. And I cannot tell you what the discount is if you go and purchase it with the Americans SBDC code that we'll give you here shortly, if not already. Then you have QuickBooks Online and Online Plus, and it does everything that the other 2 does, except it's an unlimited users for reports only. So you can have, you know, let's say that you have an employee who really doesn't need to know a lot of the other things that are listed here, but they need to access specific reports, then they can do that. If you're into purchase orders, here's the feature for you. This is the subscription for you. It allows class and location tracking. And basically what that is let's say that you have 2 different locations or 2 different trucks or 2 different buildings, or maybe like my husband and I, we have our business and he provides one set of services and I provide another set of services. So I've set us up actually as classes. So his service has one class and my service is another class. And then what the class allows you to do is track your inventory, your income and your expenses. So I can pull a income statement and even a balance sheet just for his side of the business. and then one for mine. So we can see which one's making more money, right? If you have inventory, so if you are a retailer and you want to use the QuickBooks Online to track your inventory, you can do this in the Online Plus. It also does inventory bundling, which is really good for like a flower shop. You know, they sell just the flowers, but also they sell ready-made gifts where, you know, they would put the plant and maybe a stuffed animal and, you know, maybe some other decorations, put it all together, you know, in a basket, wrap it in the cellophane plastic paper and put it on their shelf to sell. So that's a bundle. Projects, you know, really, again, great for construction type businesses, or, you know, this could even be service businesses where you have a particular client that you're providing. It's a project that they have hired you to do. Now this one, it will prepare and print your 1099 miscellaneous, whereas the Simple Start would just allow you to track it, but you can't prepare and print the 1099s. Online Plus will allow you to do budgeting. So this is great, especially when we're working with our clients and they are either starting a business or they're wanting to expand a business. We put together financial projections, and a part of that is a budget, a cash flow budget. And so that information or the income statement can be put into the QuickBooks Online. And so they can really monitor how closely they came up with their projections. 5 users have permission to this, and then over 65 reports that are standard that comes with the Plus. Then you have the Online Advance, and the Online Advance is $90 a month. It will go up to $180 a month after 3 months. Now, some of the main differences are really in bold that I have here, but it will allow 25 users. It will allow 3 accountant users. There's some additional perks that you get when you are advanced. So when you call in and you are, you have a different call-in line if you have questions or issues. And some of the other things, let me move my, it helps to manage employee expenses. So if your employees actually maybe pay for their food and then you reimburse them, then it will help you track that. Batch invoicing. So if you send out a lot of invoices on a monthly basis, and, you know, again, you don't want to have to send out each individual invoice separately, you can do a batch invoice and say, send out all these invoices on this date, and it goes. Customize access role. You have some apps that are only available to advanced QuickBooks Online subscriptions. Dedicated account team. That's, you know, that got a different hotline. On-demand online training, and the ability to restore company data. So that is, I guess, if you want to call the granddaddy of them all. So I'm going to pause and take a drink real quick, a drink of water. I hope you guys are enjoying my jokes and you're laughing. Okay, don't stress out. Let's have fun. So let's talk about which QuickBooks Online program meets the needs of these businesses. So the first one This young lady sells cosmetics at a house party. There's no inventory. It's just her and all her expenses. She pays them with a credit card. So which of these QuickBooks Online programs do you think would be best for her? And I believe you can put this in chat since it's not a Q&A. All righty, LaShawn, I think hopefully I said your name correctly. I will address that. So that is correct. Simple start. So thank you guys for participating in that. LaShawn asked a question about QuickBooks Self-Employed. So yes, there is QuickBooks Self-Employed. That one is somewhat like the Simple Start. It's a little bit different in that you're self-employed. If you decide to navigate from self-employed to one of the other online subscription, you're basically going to have to start over, because self-employed will not talk to the other ones and the other ones won't talk to self-employed. So self-employed is very similar to a Simple Start, and it will have a little bit more specific benefits that will be related to a one-person type business that's really tailored to you. And I believe either the cost is similar to Simple Start, or you know what, I'll have to look it up later. I don't want to misquote it. I'm thinking that it was, you know, I don't know. I can't remember if it was more or less, but we can definitely find out. Okay. All righty. Before I go to the other one, let me make sure. There is, so Michael asked, is this QuickBooks Online the same as QuickBooks Online Essentials? So Michael, I believe I may have answered your question as I went through the 4 subscriptions. So I'm going to say that we answered it. If you feel that it's not, then go on and kind of refine your question a little bit more. Tracy said, not using QuickBooks yet. Thank you, Tracy. And Lauren said she's never. And that Mason said, I am curious about the discount through SBDC. It looks like you need an account with that site to do it. I have one with SBD, but not the other one. What do I do? So Mason, unless, I'm not sure, I haven't seen it. Chris hasn't put the link in there that you would need for the SBDC discount. And we'll, again, before we leave today, we will get that to you. And it's just a matter of just using the discount before you go and actually subscribe to Intuit. If you've already subscribed to Intuit, then I don't believe that you can use the discount. Gerald asked, will we cover desktop? So Gerald, no, we will not. This is they're so different. I'm not sure if you're using desktop right now or that's something that you're considering. And so I would say if you're not going to use online, I mean, you're more than welcome to stay, but desktop and online is different, and we won't address desktop over the next 2 days. And is that Roland? This might be the right time to ask, but if you're a bookkeeper and you do books for several different businesses, which QuickBooks would be best? Okay, so you're the bookkeeper and you do books for different businesses. Okay, so Roland or Rolinda, I'm not sure if I said your name wrong or not. You may definitely want to consider reaching out to Intuit, and they have programs just for bookkeepers. And all businesses are going to be different as we're going through this, and so you would probably have, there would not be just one size subscription that meets every business. It's not like desktop. Can I create a new QBO account? I totally messed up the first one because I had no idea what I was doing. Yes, you can do that. It could be kind of tricky, but it can be done. So that's a conversation. And I apologize, Ms. Hernandez, I cannot pronounce your first name, but that's a conversation that I can definitely have with you offline. Gerald, I am using, Gerald, what are you using? No, joke, ha ha, laugh, it's early in the morning. All righty, does QBO integrate with TurboTax? Great question. Intuit was the maker. Let's see, let me make sure, because I know that they separate it. Hold on to that, Joshua. I'm gonna leave that one up and I will address that later. I have a desktop version that my accountant had me purchase to set up my new clean books, but I want to convert my new books to a clean, good online version. Yeah, you can definitely do that. All righty. Just did I say that right? All righty. So let's look at the next one. So example 2, this is a dental practice. They do third-party billing. Their revenue is recorded for each of their customers. So they have in their QBO data file each individual customer. They pay their bills by check, and they need to have 3 people, 2 people, plus a bookkeeper and CPA to access their records. So in the chat again, which one would this one work with? Thanks for laughing with me, Gerald. Appreciate that. So which one of the subscriptions do you think? Okay. All righty. So you guys are really going to kind of get the flow here. So it will be essentials. Essentials will cover all of those. Okay, the next example, we have an interior design firm, and they do billable expenses, which means that they will perform work, either their employees or purchase items for their customers. And then those specific customer purchases and the time spent on a certain customer are then billed to that specific customer. They also have inventory items, and then they want to track their revenue by designer. And they do budgets and time tracking. So which one do you think, again in the chat, that this one would go? You guys are so smart. I really just love working with smart people. And that would be the plus. Okay. The next one is a mortgage company, and they want to track appraised value of each home because they need to report that to the state. They also need a drop-down type list in the QBO. And they need to contact, they need contact persons to appear on their documents. So which one do you think this one would be? And again, if you'll put it in chat. All righty, yay. That would definitely be our advance. Awesome. All righty. So it is what, 9:30. So let's do this. Let's take a quick 5-minute break. Stand up, do whatever you need to do, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. And I don't have my timer set, but I'll set it here on my phone. All righty. So we are back from our quick 5-minute break. And just want to address some questions here. Zachary, let's see, you said, what about a construction company? If you would, Zachary, if you would actually expand on that question and actually put it in the Q&A so that we can capture it, that would be great. And Luisa, thanks for letting us know that, yeah, technology, you gotta love it, right? Keep on going in and out. Not fun at all, I know. And some questions in Q&A. Let's see. Thank you. Thank you, Rita. Did I say that right? Rita? Michael says, with the dentist office will require advance because there are 4 users. So the 4th user was, if the bookkeeper was in-house, yeah, probably, possibly. But usually when it's like that, the bookkeeper would be considered one of the accountant users. How about Airbnb? Oh, okay. So which ones that they could use? I would probably say definitely, the essentials you can use on Airbnb. I probably wouldn't go for the plus because there's no inventory. And so you could definitely do the essentials. Tracy says, do you have a recommendation for which to use for a phase 1 SBIR grant? Well, again, I guess really, Tracy, it would depend on what type of business that you're having in that grant. Usually you're still in the research stage of a SBIR. You're not in production, so there's no inventory, so you could probably still get away with just an essentials, but I would have to know just, probably what you're, no, okay, no, probably essentials. I would go with essentials. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Rhea and Tracy. Yeah, I would still say essentials would work for you. Okay. All righty. So the polling is up. We have 43 that have responded. And so I guess the other, 11, 12 folks, are you all back yet? Or you're not sure about how to do the polling? Let's see. So we'll go on and end the poll. And the question was, how long have you used QuickBooks Online? And it seems like the majority, you've never used it. And the next one would be less than 2 years. So definitely over 80% have never, even or not as versed as the remaining 18% of you. And so those of you who have been using this for more than 5 years, my one person, I may have to pick on you. Of course, I'm not sure who you are, but I won't pick on you. So And I always like to do that, so you'll really kind of know who's online, and definitely to be patient. I know when we do this in person, and it's a lot more to it when you have a very diverse group that have various levels of experience, and those that have used QuickBooks for some time, they may say that I'm going a little bit too slow. And then those of you who are new to it, you may say, oh my gosh, you're going too fast. So definitely, if I do that and you're not able to type really quickly, again, throw your hand up, put something in the chat to say going, too fast. And I think Chris is monitoring those. He's quiet, but I know he's busy. So I thank you, Chris, for all that you do. So Zachary, definitely QuickBooks Plus would be good for you. I think you're at a good program, a good subscription level. And I see some raised hands. Let's see here. Brianna, are you just testing out your raised hand? And you could just put that in chat if that's what you're trying to do. Because I see the hands that are going up and then I see them going back down. All right. So let's talk about, no worries. Thank you, Brianna. Navigating QuickBooks Online. What does that really look like? What does that mean to us? And really kind of how can we get around? And as I said before, QuickBooks Online, it's web-based. You have to have a web browser to access it. And as I said, the best ones to use are Firefox and Chrome. Intuit definitely recommends Google Chrome. I have used it successfully on both of those. I do, and I have used it on Safari. So I am definitely a Mac and a PC user. I use both of them. And so Safari is a Mac browser, and it works well as well. I haven't had a problem with it. I don't use Internet Explorer or Microsoft Edge browser. And so there is a test drive, a sample company that you can use, and we're going to use in this class. And it's at the top of the screen here. And it's, I can even highlight it. Let's see. We'll try to get that in the chat really quick. And because I will have you go to that test drive later, not right now. But what it allows you to do is just play around with the sample company, and you can't break it. Once you finish, whatever you're wanting to do in that sample company, then once you log out, everything that you've done disappears and it goes back to where it was. So again, you can't break it. Now, the only thing is this sample online test drive company is QuickBooks Online Plus. So it's really giving you the QBO Plus is the most popular subscription. And it really kind of gives you, to me, the best of both worlds. I mean, for me, really a specialized higher end probably company would probably use advanced. And, this is where you're having, you probably have a large employee base. So the advance, we do have a test drive for that one, and it's the other link. And so if that's something that you think, oh, I may want to consider this, then, definitely by all means, check it out. So you can check it out before you buy or before you upgrade. So signing into QuickBooks Online, anytime you see this screen, this is where you would sign in. And as I said, each user would have their own user ID and their own password. I use a verification code. And so Intuit, like a lot of the other companies, are really trying to put up security steps to really protect your information. And so whatever you need to use, then to make sure that your information is secure when you're doing the login, you want to do that. So let's say that, so now I want to talk about, after you've already selected your subscription level, after you've done that, now it's time to set up your business. And so you're going to be asked, just a series of questions. You're going to be asked about the name of your business. And so here, as you see Esther's earnings, you want to just make sure, sorry, went too far. You just want to make sure that you put in your legal name. And this would be, if you're a DBA, your DBA would not go here. This is actually your full legal name, because there's another place where you would put in your DBA. And then, of course, if you are looking at converting from desktop to online, then this is where you would put a check mark here. And of course, here you would describe what your business does. This area, describing what your business does, it's not necessary, but it will provide some great information for QuickBooks to help develop setting up your books, put it that way, your chart of accounts, but we'll get there. Okay. Then some other questions we need to know is what are the different features do you need to have in your QuickBooks? Are you going to do invoicing, track sales tax, track bills? Do you have employees? Or do you want to track retail sales or hours? So what is it that you want to use QuickBooks for? And all of these you can, again, depending on your subscription, you can add later. Then the next one is, what role do you have in this business? So since you're setting up the books, then you're going to be the owner. Okay. So let's really look around and see how we get around on QuickBooks. So the first thing, let me actually go back to here. So this is the main screen, and I will tell you, QuickBooks is always, ever seems like it's evolving. So what you see now for the dashboard here on your own books is going to be a little bit different. It's going to be a little bit different format. But navigating around, getting around, what I'm going to show you is going to work for all subscription levels and even the current interface that QuickBooks has done. I just don't have updated slides, so, but I can show you that when I get into my file. So one of the ways to get around is this gear. And, it does look like a gear. And when you select this gear, and I want to go back again. So this is the main, the dashboard, basically. And we're going to talk about this area here. So there's the gear. Okay. So when you click on the gear, then you're going to get this screen that comes up here at the bottom, where it will allow you to access your account settings. And that's where you want to begin. So once you go to account settings, then there are these additional categories of settings that you can select. So you can select the company. So let's look at the company. So here is again, from the gear to account settings and then company. Here is where we will put if you have a DBA, then you would put it here, and then the legal name, if your legal name is different from your DBA, or if it's one and the same, then you could just leave it blank and say same as company name. Now all of this that I'm showing you now you can always come in at any time and fill it in later. So you don't have to fill it in right now. If you have a EIN number, so your federal employer identification number that you get from the Internal Revenue Service, you would enter it here in this spot. And each of these, we're not showing it here, but it will have like a pencil, an icon pencil, and you would just click on that icon pencil. That's where you would edit it, and you can make the changes. You can also, if you have a logo, this would be very beneficial, especially if you have you're wanting that logo to appear on your invoices or your letters. Great place too as well. Tax form, if you're not sure what tax form you're going to use, this is something that your accountant can help you with. And by putting your tax form here, that's going to just help QuickBooks provide you with different tips and things as it relates to your tax structure for your business, your contact information, and then your address. Okay. The next selection under that account settings would be the billing and subscription. So, always it will have, and this is going to be important too, is your company ID. Sometimes I forget to tell people this. So this is where you would find your company ID. This is where QuickBooks knows that this particular data file relates to this particular business. And it does it by the numbering system. And so sometimes when you call in and you're asking for assistance, they are going to ask, what is your company ID? One of the things that we do at the Small Business Development Center is we have a document, and it's titled Important Numbers. So this is where you can put your EIN number, the state business tax ID number. If you had to register with the Secretary of State, you can put that number there. There's also a NIST code, and if you don't know what that means, that's why you need to visit with one of my counterparts and have a conversation with them. And then your QuickBooks Online number can go on there as well too. How many times have you needed a number for your business and you're like, where is that? Put them all down on this sheet of paper. So anyway, so this lets us know that this company is using QuickBooks Plus, and Intuit does give you a trial run. So it just says that it ends in 31 days, and you can always upgrade your plan. So if you're on Plus, you can always go to Advanced, and you can also downgrade too. So you're at Plus, you can always go to Essentials. And of course, you can always cancel your trial as well too. Okay. And it also lets you know the usage. So tells you for QuickBooks Online Plus, there's 5 users. And it's letting you know that there's only one of the users that you are allowed, that you're taking advantage of. And then the chart of accounts. Really, we'll talk about chart of accounts, but none of you should have 250 accounts. That's definitely not a small business. You guys, yeah. Definitely need to hire an accountant to help you clean that up if you have 250. All righty. And then the next one is sales. So this is your accounts receivable. So how are you going to really kind of interact with your customers as far as sending them estimates and reminders and invoices? How are you going to document your products and your services? That's what this particular section is for. And then expenses, how you're going to pay your bills. Show the products that you purchase, before, and then resell them to your customers. How you want to do billable expenses. If you want to give your customers, or if your vendors, give you different payment terms, how you would do that as well. Okay. And then the payments. And we'll get into payments here. QuickBooks, with their QuickBooks payments that they're listed here, they do have where you can accept ACH or credit card, where you could just basically send your customers an invoice, and then from that invoice, then they can pay you either with a credit card or a ACH. And then QuickBooks has another program where, and so when they pay, let me step back, when they pay with the credit card or a ACH, there's going to be a time delay before that money is actually deposited into your account. So it could be 1 to 3 days, or maybe even longer. So QuickBooks has this other program that it offers on payments, accepting payments, and where you can get your money the same day. Now, of course, there's even an additional fee for that, but that is something that you can do. Okay. And that's that pray to go pay there. The advanced settings. Let's just look at the top part because that's kind of hard to read. This is where, again, your accountant can help you if you're not sure, but this is where you would set what fiscal year you're in, whether it's a January through December, or if it's a March to February fiscal year. What method of accounting you're going to use, either accrual or cash. You can switch back and forth, and I'll talk about that later. Closing your books, and basically what this means is like your income and expenses that you report, you really only report those, in a 12-month period. And after after that 12-month period is over with, then that's when your tax returns are prepared. And if you owe IRS money, or even if you don't, then that's when you let IRS know. So closing your books would relate to that last month, that 12th month, the last day of when those transactions, basically, if you activate this, you will not be able to go and change any of those transactions in that particular year. Tax forms, again, your accountant can help you with that. Chart of accounts, and we'll go a little bit more into detail about that. But it's basically a numbering system for your chart of accounts. So you do have like a checking account that you want to keep track of money coming in and going out, right? So the name of that would be checking account. Well, you can also assign a number to it, and we'll talk about those later too as well. And then if you want to activate your class tracking or location tracking, you would do it here as well too. Okay. The bottom part of that advanced setting is where you can tell QuickBooks to pre-fill forms, which basically means if you have a vendor that you wrote a check to, and then the next time you write that check, another check or an expense to that vendor, then QuickBooks will remember the last transaction and just pre-fill, the vendor's probably what account that it's assigned to. It'll put in the amount from the last time, which I got to be very careful with that. And even though it's on a different date. So that's really just what the pre-fill is. Kind of saves you on keystrokes. Projects, you would activate this. This is where you would activate the time tracking. Those of you who are dealing with currency, multiple currencies, and you're wanting to use QuickBooks to document that, I would just say, make sure that that's really what you're wanting, because once you turn on the currency, you can't turn it off. The multi-currency, I'm sorry, you can't turn it off. Okay, so just make sure that this is something that you're really wanting to use. And again, great conversation to have with your accountant or pro advisor. And then you have the other preferences here. And you can, however you want your date to appear, you could do number formatting. Let's say that you call your customers clients, or maybe you're a nonprofit and you have members. You can label your customers however you want to. And then QuickBooks Online, if you are working online in your data file and you get called away, have to attend to a customer or what have you, then after 1 hour of inactivity, then your QuickBooks Online data file will close up. And sometimes you may want it to stay on longer than the 1 hour. You have an option of either setting it for 2 or 3 hours of inactivity. So again, just another little setting there. And then time tracking. Once if you were looking at time tracking, then this little box here would come up, And then you have some more options where if you wanted to bill your customers for the time that your employees spent, you know, a landscaping or construction job. I can see that because I know we have a construction company out here. You can have, let's say that there's a paint job and you sent that employee out to paint a room for this customer. And then you want to charge your customers for that specific employee's time. Then you can select here to add service field to timesheets. Or you can make a single time activity billable to customers. And this is also what it looks like too. So you can select under here the customer label where you do customers, donors, guests, or members. And then you have manage users. And users, you can set different levels of users. So you may have like one of your user slots, you may want them to just be a standard user where you're just giving them rights to access certain things. Of course, and this is where it will be, sorry about that, under company and then manage users. And let's look at this again. So again, QuickBooks is telling us that there's 1 out of 5 billable users. Esther is the master admin. And if she was wanting to add another user, just clicking on this button, and then she can say, yes, this is a standard user or company admin, or I just want this person just to have access to reports only or time tracking. So you can customize it a little bit. You can also customize your form. So if you're wanting your invoices to look a particular way, you can do that. Now, I will say that it is limited. So if you have a really fancy inventory sheet that you're using and you've put a lot of work into this, you may not be able to duplicate it in QuickBooks. So it's really not like you can go and just scan your existing invoice and upload it to QuickBooks. That would be great. So that may be something that you may want to share with QuickBooks because the more feedback that they get on different things that customers are looking for, then, you know, if, I don't know, whatever certain number of people are asking for the same thing, then that's when they'll begin to change things. So here is up at the top of the screen, there's a share feedback. So you can always click on that and then just give that comment to QuickBooks. Hey, really be neat if you allow us to scan our existing invoices or upload a pre-formed invoice to use in QuickBooks. But you can adjust them. Okay, so let's pause. And it looks like there's quite a few questions. So let me address some of these questions here. So Ruby, I believe it says when you are able to answer, so you're curious how, oh, beekeeping fits in here. Okay, so with your beekeeping, and I'm going to take a leap and say that, you know, you are creating the honey and you're probably bottling up the honey to sell, then yes, QuickBooks can keep that inventory for you. You can create the different labelings. What word am I looking for? I think it's the SKU, the SKU, where you can assign to those different bottles. And you can have inventory, your finished inventory, how much you have, the different types of inventory. And then as you sell it, by either, I don't know if you sell them to just individual people or you're selling a bulk to a store or something, but you can create an invoice to do that. And of course, that would be your plus that you would need. Susie says, I want more information on desktop. Okay, that's two people, Chris and Adrian. Oh, well, Adrian was on the line. So we'll probably need to take that under consideration, how we can do a desktop virtual seminar. I know that has come up before. And let's see, I will say, Susie, we have done one. Seems like the desktop works a little bit better in a face-to-face setting. And so our counterpart in Hobbs, they have done face-to-face QuickBooks seminars for desktop. And so I'm not sure how far you are, but anyway, we'll talk about that. Mason, let's see. You have, this might be too advanced a question. Thoughts to accrual, and my accountant has told me that cash is the easier and most common method. Any thoughts? Great, Mason. We will definitely talk about cash and accrual, and I think it's actually maybe coming up. It says, Anna, do you need to have internet connection at all time to work or to do data entry? Yes, and Anna, that may be one of the drawbacks with QuickBooks Online, because you have to have internet connection. So if your internet connection is unstable, then I would probably say you need to do desktop, because you have to have internet connection. Those are great questions. All righty. I must have some other questions up in my Q&A that I missed. Like 22. Maybe I did answer all of them. Okay. If I didn't, then we'll definitely address them. So, oh, Joshua, thank you for putting those links in there. Appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Okay. I think I rolled my sheet back too far. All right, so let's talk about the chart of accounts. And how I like to talk about the chart of accounts, or COA, is that it's and hopefully my construction guy would like this, or folks. I'd say it's really like building a house, and when you build a house or build a building, you have to have a foundation, and hopefully that foundation will be concrete, right? So really your chart of accounts is your foundation to your building, to your business, and then within that chart of accounts, of course, you need to have walls and flooring, to really just kind of bring that all together, in a building. And part of that building of that home, whether it's walls or bricks or what have you, are the different individual accounts that make up the chart of accounts. So every transaction that you will deal with in your business has to be tied to an account that's in your chart of accounts. And how to access the chart of accounts in QuickBooks, there's like 2 different ways of doing that. You can go to your gear icon that I showed you earlier, or you can access it from your navigation bar, which is here, and you have accounting, sorry, and then this screen will come up, and then you can select chart of accounts. Okay, so chart of accounts again, and actually I won't break that down just yet. Let me hold off on that, and we'll talk about that here in a little bit. I get so ahead of myself, so I apologize. Okay, so there's also QuickBooks Labs, and this is just where QuickBooks is trying out, different products that they are wanting to probably offer, and they give you an opportunity to demo it and then give them feedback. That's basically what the QuickBooks Labs is. Okay, so let's go back to the top portion of the navigation bar and talk about some other things that's available to you. And of course, help is really important. Help is where you can definitely reach out and ask questions and do a little bit of research on a particular issue or how to do a certain transaction. And then search. This search is really where you can search specific things within your data file. So let's say that you're looking for all the transactions that happen on January 5th, 2019. So you can put that date in, and then all those transactions will appear. Maybe you're looking for a vendor, but you're like, man, I can't remember exactly what their name is, but I think it started with I think it was B something. And so you can type in the BEE, and then, everything that has those letters in the name would appear. And of course, add more if you know it to dwindle the list down a little bit more. And then notifications. So from time to time, QuickBooks will offer different features that it has, or maybe there's a feature that you haven't used yet, but you clicked on it and QuickBooks wants to just give you more information. And then of course, I've already talked about the gear icon. Okay, so the other thing on the gear icon, in addition to your company, which I just talked about, is the list. So under the list, and let me go and click on here, are all lists that QuickBooks would have, all the products and services that you would use in your business. Also under this products and services would be where you could do custom form styles as well. That's there. Your payment methods and terms will be listed there as well too. Also on your list, this is where you can also locate your chart of accounts too as well. Okay. Product category, talked about that, and custom form styles. And here's your chart of accounts. And if you're wanting to do recurring transactions or attachments, and lots of these I'll show you as we're actually doing some invoicing and expenses. Okay, the other item under gear is your tools. And so on your tools, here you can order checks from Intuit, those paper checks. If you are wanting to bring in data, like a customer or vendor list or product and services from maybe QuickBooks Desktop, you can do that through this import. You can also export data. If you decide that for some reason you didn't like QuickBooks Online and you want to go back to desktop, you can do that. So you can export the data. Reconcile, and we'll do some reconcile I think it's either this afternoon or next week. And then of course budgeting, and this is only if you have plus or advanced subscription levels. And then this audit log. I really do like this because the audit log tells us who did what and when. So great, again, if you're trying to find out what happened to a transaction or why this transaction is there, that audit log is great. Smart Look is when you're online with Intuit tech support and they just need to access your screen remotely. This is where you would give them access to do that. And then the case center is if when you ever have an issue and you have reached out to Intuit and they are either doing some research or just need to get back to you, this is where you will see any open cases of them still working on what you're needing. Okay, so the other thing, let's see, I've talked about the search, and I apologize, I talked about that a little bit earlier, but you can kind of see how the search and then what would come up. Now let's look at the left navigation bar. And this is that black bar that goes down on the left side of the screen. Here you have the different tabs. You have dashboard, you have transactions, or this may be called just banking. Again, depending on how your dashboard looks, it's going to be different. Expenses, invoicing, sorry. Went a little bit too fast there. Invoicing, or it could be sales. That could be the other word that it's using. Projects, payroll for those of you who have employees. And sometimes if you also have contractors as well too, it might, can't find my cursor, it might say payroll slash or worker slash payroll. Reports, how you actually pull those reports. Taxes, any tax that you have to pay, whether it's gross receipts tax or employer taxes, you would go here on the navigation bar. Mileage, talked about that earlier. My accountant, this is where you can find out, or accounting, sorry, I talked about that before. This is chart of accounts and reconciliation, and then my accountant. This is where you find out or where you would actually see who your accountant is, or tax preparer or bookkeeper, who you actually have allowed to come into your account. And then the different apps, I've talked about that. And then QuickBooks has added live bookkeeping. So this is where you have access to US-based bookkeepers that can help you set up and keep you going. There is a fee for that. And then Cash Flow Center. And again, this is going to help where you showing where money comes in and money comes out. So what I would call a cash flow budget. Okay. So let's look at the expenses. So the expenses on the navigation bar, if you select the expenses, they're divided into two different parts. You have your expense transaction, which would be this tab, and then you have your vendor center, which is where we are. So we're on the vendor center, and here you can see things at a glance. So I don't know how many of you use purchase orders, but if you did, it'll show how many are unbilled, how many vendors that are due money. You have 4 in this example that are overdue. You have 5 open bills that you've entered, but those bills aren't due yet. And then the amount and the number of vendors that you pay like in the last 30 days. So that's kind of the money bar, I believe is what it's called. And then down here is the list of all your vendors. The invoicing, or it could say sales, has 5 parts to it. And those are overview, invoices, customers, all sales, and products and services. So your overview is what we have kind of set up right now. But once you set it all up, then you will pretty much see the money bar too that we saw earlier as well. The invoice only, that's going to show all of your sales forms with the number of days that's past due. And it's also will show your customers on, and you can sort them by who owes you money. And then just a list of just all your customers, either by name, date of the invoice, and what have you. Your all sales will show all of your transactions. So this would include your estimates, where your customers paid you, sales receipts, credit memos, all of that. And then products and services will show list all of your products, like the beekeeper. If you chose to use QuickBooks for your inventory, it would list all of your inventory, how much you have on hand, the value of it, and any type of services that you offer in your business. And even if you're not keeping inventory, your products and service list would still be useful and to be listed here. Okay. So I'm going to just take a quick drink of water, and we're going to now talk about chart of accounts. And when we talk about chart of accounts, I'm actually going to go online and go into the sample file and show you all how to, what that really looks like. So I'm going to stop sharing for right now. Let me get over to my browser. Always forget to do this during the break so I can go on and have it up. And so, of course, I did not. So give me a moment. So if you need to do a stand-up break or quick run to the wherever and get something to eat, go on and do that. So give me, probably need longer than a couple of minutes here. Let's see. Well, let's see. I don't want to go in there. Since I go into QuickBooks so often, it wants me to actually log into my account, and I don't want to do that. I want you all to see what it actually looks like. Alrighty. Okay. Minimize that. And I am going to share my screen. Alrighty. So in your chat, it did have the link to the sample file. And so you can, if you want to, I mean, you definitely don't have to do that right now, especially if you don't have, I have two screens right now, so I could do this. But you could just definitely watch me, but you have access to that sample file and you could definitely go in and play with it. So once you go to the sample file site, it wants to verify that you're not a robot. And so of course, you just click that and then continue. Sometimes it'll want you to, let's see if it makes me do it, identify different pictures. So not this time. And I am using Google Chrome. The only problem is, and I'll probably have to do this during the lunch break, is I need to update my Google Chrome browser. So hopefully it's not too slow, but. So I am going to take that everyone can see this. Maybe hopefully it has downloaded on your computer. Maybe it's not buffering. Hopefully not. So right now, as you can see, QuickBooks has updated the sample company with what the dashboard actually looks like. So it is different than what I had showed you. I do like this new format that they are using because it really just, for those of you who have used QuickBooks Desktop, this should look very familiar. Now, it's a little bit different in that it just talks about money in and money out. Really simple, because that's really what accounting is. How you're recording money coming in and money going out. And then this third area is the accounting and reports. That is really kind of QuickBooks in it. I mean, not QuickBooks, that's accounting in a nutshell. So anyway, I want to talk to you about chart of accounts. So here on the navigation bar, under accounting, I'm just going to click on chart of accounts. And here I have my chart of accounts tab, and then I have a reconcile tab. So I'm going to stay on the chart of accounts. It will always default to the very first tab. And so I will just click on the see your chart of accounts. And I do kind of like their little summary where, of course, I used a construction company, a building, where they are using an automobile. You know, what makes the automobile run? Well, the chart of accounts is the nuts and bolts. So we'll click on the chart of accounts. And here QuickBooks tells us that we're using 44 of the 250 accounts that are included in our plan. This should never be a problem for you guys. You should never, I doubt you'll ever reach 100 accounts. Okay, so I'm just going to exit that out because I don't want to see it. Okay, so let me talk to you a little bit about accounting. So in accounting, there are, let's call them either, there's 5 different types of accounts. And you can kind of think of, you know, maybe different nuts and bolts. There's different sizes. There's different types of nuts and bolts. So that's what is in your chart of accounts. There's different types of accounts. And these types of accounts are categorized in what we call, the first one would be assets. And assets are basically things that are in your business. Assets are your cash, whether it's on hand or in your checking account, accounts receivables, monies that people owe you. It's your inventory that you're holding before you sell it to your customers. It's your furniture. It's your land, your building, your equipment, your automobiles. If you have any patents, those are your assets. So that's one type of an account. The second type of an account is called liabilities. So liabilities is debt that you owe. So money that you owe to someone else. So this could be money that you owe to taxation and rev for your gross receipts tax, money that you owe to your employees for work that they've done that you haven't paid them yet for. This is monies that you withheld from your employees' check, you know, their federal withholding, their Social Security and Medicare that you're withholding, and you haven't paid that or sent that off to IRS or, you know, the state government yet. It's also any credit cards that the business has, any loans that the business has. So that's the debt, that's the liability. The third type of an account is what we call an equity account, also known as owner's equity. If you're a corporation, it's stockholders' equity. And so what's in your equity account would be contributions that the owner or the members or the shareholders made to the company. It will be monies that were distributed to the owners or the shareholders. It is also includes the profitability or the losses that the company has made since it began, since it opened for business. Then the fourth type of category is what we call income or sales or revenue. So basically monies that you get from your customers for providing them goods or services. So that exchange there. So that's income. Then the fifth type of an account is called expenses. So expenses are those outlays of money, so money that you've paid to people that the Internal Revenue Service says that you can subtract it from your income. So it's those allowable expenses. And before I started, I should have said, please don't be writing this down, because number one, it's in your handbook that we provided to you, as well as we also have like a 3-page document that we'll make sure that we get out to you as well too. That really covers all of that. So your chart of accounts is made up of really those 5 main items or types of accounts. Let me call them that, types of accounts. So over here on the screen, your chart of accounts, the first type of account that will always appear is your assets. And it always starts with the assets that are most liquid. So you may have heard that term, what's your liquid assets? Basically what that is are assets that will turn to cash in 1 year or less. That's a liquid asset. And here we see checking, savings, accounts receivables, inventory, prepaid expense, and some of the other categories. So all of these, hopefully, should turn to cash in 1 year or less. And of course, cash is cash, so it's already cash, right? Then you have your other assets that are called fixed assets. And these are those assets that you're going to have for more than 1 year. So it's not like you're going to purchase a building and then sell it the next year or the same year, right? You're going to get that building and you're probably going to have it for 10, 15, maybe 50 years, right? Okay, then your liabilities, as I talked about, starts with accounts payable, and then your equity accounts. So all of these, from your assets to your equity account, will appear on a document that we call the balance sheet. The balance sheet is basically a picture view, a snapshot of what your finances look like on a certain day. And usually that day is the last day of the month. So for the entire month of January, our balance sheet has changed. And so come January 31, we're wanting to look at what that cumulative change was from December 31st to January 31. Okay, so that's our balance sheet. We look at it on a certain day, taking a snapshot. That's where we were. All of these accounts in your balance sheet, so the assets, the liabilities, the equity, they have what they call a register. And so the register is very similar to your check register. So I'm just going to bring up the accounts receivable register. So here at the top, QuickBooks lets us know that we have an ending balance of $5,281 and some change, meaning that's how much money that our customers owe us. And then down here, it gives us the detail. So we have the date in the far left column here, and then we have in the next column, we have the reference number. So in this case, it's the number, the invoice number. And then QuickBooks lets us know that this is an invoice. So what type of transaction is this? It's an invoice. The next column lets us know who this invoice was for. So it's our customer, this family store customer. And then the next line would be the memo line. So we could have put something here in the memo line to let us know possibly what the customer purchased. But since we didn't, it's going to be blank. Then the next line is our charge or credit, where we are charging this customer $362.07 for some items that we sold to them or services that we provided. And also if we give them any credit, let's say that they wanted a refund, there was an item that was broken or damaged, or maybe they ordered too many and they're wanting you to take 5 of those 10 items that they purchased. So you give them a credit. It will appear in this column. Then the next column is the payment column. And this is where your customers will pay you what they owe. And here for this one particular customer, the family store, it just has the due date of February 7th coming up next week. And they owe $362.07. So they haven't paid us yet. Okay. Here for Cool Cars on January 8th, 2022, we have the same information, but when we get to this second column, it says payment instead of invoice. So Cool Cars made a payment of $1,675.52. We had already charged them, but that's how much they had owed us, and that's what they paid. So that's the register. So again, each of your, what we call your balance sheet accounts, will have a register where you can go back and you can look at transactions that increased it and then transactions that decreased it. Okay. I will pause and just see if there are any questions in the Q&A. Okay. That's a big deal for me. Do you recommend the live bookkeeper? Great question. I know that Intuit has really done a really good job of making sure that they have US based English speaking bookkeepers. These are folks that are knowledgeable. Some of them are definitely probably accountants themselves. I mean, probably in my next life, I may become a live bookkeeper once I retire. I don't know. So you do have people that are knowledgeable in QuickBooks as well as in accounting. They have to go through classes and have to pass at a certain level to be able to be live bookkeepers. So they are knowledgeable. How's QuickBooks Cash small business account versus how is QuickBooks Cash small business bank account versus using external bank? So Joshua, I'm going to take a leap and say that are you or saying that you are talking about you have your account with this bank, this external bank, and the external bank can pay bills for you, then how does that relate to QuickBooks? And I would say that you still I mean, you can have the external bank, send out your payments, your bills, checks for your bills, but you still want to record it into QuickBooks or whatever other computerized program you're using. And because there's so much more than just that accounts payable or even just that accounts receivable when it comes to QuickBooks. When it comes to, I'm sorry, keeping your books. Because what that external bank records will have will not be sufficient for you to make good management decisions and really to see your entire financial position. It will not give that to you. Hopefully that answered your question. If not, then give me more information. Can you do 2 businesses with online QuickBooks? Louisa, and I'm let me know if I didn't pronounce that correctly. No, you cannot. It's one subscription for one EIN number. So if those 2 businesses have 2 different EIN numbers, you have to have 2 different subscriptions. The program continues to create a cash account on our chart of accounts. Why? Josh, I don't know. So I'm not sure where you are exactly. So that will probably require me to have a little bit more information. So we can definitely set up a one-on-one and I can look at that. I don't know why it's doing that. Can you redemonstrate how you went from, oh, yes, I will do that. Mr. or Mrs. AA. Okay, great. Answered your question. All righty. All righty. Yes. So on the chart of accounts, again, whichever balance sheet account, whether it's the asset, liability, or equity, and I'll just do the accounts payable. Just click on View Register. And the register will open up. And then to go back to the chart of accounts, it's up the top left, right where the cursor, I'm kind of moving my mouse around it. Go back to chart of accounts. Okay. So let me just show you this since that was a question. So I showed you how to view the register. There's a little arrow right here and you just click on it and you can go and you can edit, you can make it inactive, or you can run a report on this particular account. So when I click again, let me show you. Again, I'm just taking one of those balance sheet accounts and I'm clicking on the arrow that's pointing down. I get this drop down menu and then I'm going to select edit. And it takes us to where we can provide a little bit more information on the account type. So this was an accounts payable. QuickBooks gives you several different choices and that we're not going to change it. And then depending on what we select here, QuickBooks will automatically put accounts payable here, or, well, depending on what we have, a detail type, we could have more options, but it depends on what our account type is. And then the name, and you can name it anything that you want to. So if you had an accounts payable at the local hardware store and you really wanted to see that individually, then you can put accounts payable and put dash first hardware store, or whatever the hardware store's name is. The description, and this is internally to you. You can add a little bit more description here. This, I like to add a description, especially if you have more than one employee taking care of it, because, you know, when you're not available to answer questions, or maybe someone comes, you know, maybe hire another bookkeeper or accounts payable clerk or what have you. If there's a description there, then that will just help them know what type of transactions go into that account. But you don't have to put anything there. Okay. So I'm just going to do cancel. I didn't change anything. I can do save and close, but I'm just going to cancel. Okay. Okay, before I go to the other portion, I think there's another question. Lauren, what about if it is the same business with a wholesale side and a retail side? Can I use the same QuickBooks account essentials? Well, if you are going to use inventory for the retail side, well, I guess you could do it for the wholesale side too. You're probably wanting to use Plus because that has an inventory feature to it. If you're wanting QuickBooks to keep track of it. If you don't want QuickBooks to keep track of your inventory, then yes, you can use Essentials. And yes, it's the same business. So you can have a wholesale side and a retail side. And what you could do is use the classes that I talked about, where all the income and the expenses that's related to the wholesale side will be, you can actually prepare income statement and a balance sheet just for that side, as well as the retail side, which, so yes, that will work. All righty. So now let's talk about the other two account types. And that is the income and the expenses. So our income starts at, I'm going to just do the design income. So we're going to start there with the income. And if you'll notice under the action item, it doesn't say view register, because income and expense reports basically have a hard beginning date and a hard ending date. And those hard dates are because everyone at the end of a 12-month period, whether it's January through December, or if you're on a different fiscal year, you have to report to the Internal Revenue Service what your income and expenses were for a 12-month period. And after that 12-month period ends, you basically start over with your income and your expenses. So then in accounting, you don't have a continuous with your income and expenses. Not like you do with like your checking account, because your checking account goes on forever. If that is not clear to you, then again, you guys are going to get tired of this. Have a conversation with one of my colleagues so they could talk a little bit more in depth about this. Or the other thing, or I shouldn't say or, probably and, in addition to it, we highly recommend that, actually before I do that, let me take another poll. give us a little bit of a break here. So you all take a moment and do that quick poll for me. Wow, this is interesting. So have you taken a college level introduction to accounting course? Have about 77% participation. Think it just about ended. Have a few people that haven't replied to the poll unless they are replying in chat, and that's okay. So this is really interesting. I don't think that we've had this level. So I'm going to end the poll and I'm going to share the results with you. So it's really about even. About half of you have taken the college level introduction to accounting course, and a little bit over half, I guess it's not quite half, have not. And I think I have about 3 or so responses probably in the chat. I don't remember either. Okay. No, I have, but I don't remember it. LOL. Peter, thank you. Let's see. David says no. Ruby said don't remember. So I highly recommend that if you have time, and how do you have time, right? Owning your own business, running your business, but to take a introductory to accounting course, a college level. A lot, you could do it online. A lot of our colleges do offer the courses online. You could take it for an audit. It will be time consuming, but it will give you a great basic of knowing accounting, and I will guarantee you it will help you in your business. I know that we have talked about actually offering kind of a mini workshop on it as well. And I don't know where we are on that, Chris, but that may be something that we may need to do as well. But I do highly recommend you take that college level class. And Michael says, yep, did, but don't remember it. So for those of you that have taken the class, maybe a lot of this is, you're like, oh, I remember that. And that's why I hate accounting. And I laugh again because I love accounting. So, all righty. Tiffany, yes, we've talked about it. We do need to offer one. Okay. So we have the income, and your income again is monies that you could collect. And in this example, there are several different income accounts that this particular construction business or landscape business, this is landscape business, has. And so you can have as many different income breaks down, you know, as needed. It's totally up to you. In our business, because I offer 2 different kind of distinct services, so I have 2 different income categories or accounts. My husband primarily offers one, so it's just one income level or one income account. The other thing that we have now, I'll just talk about this because I know that it sounds like some people do have inventory. There is another account that's called cost of goods sold. And this is just basically where you are, where it has the amount of inventory that you have already sold to your customers. It really just keeps what that number is, because it is an allowable expense that you can deduct. And then, of course, then we have our expenses. And a lot of these, you all know, advertising, your bank charges, dues, equipment, insurance, very important. Payroll, you have that. If you're what you pay your accountant, a bookkeeper, your lawyer, we highly recommend, again, that you seek the advice of an accountant as well as a lawyer. Any maintenance that you do as well, meals, office, rent, supplies, taxes, travel, all of those are utilities, all of those are allowable expenses that the Internal Revenue Service will allow you to take. Then there is another category of accounts that some of you may or may not have, but it's really just other income and other expenses. So really what other income is and other expenses are those monies that you receive or monies that you pay out that do not have anything to do with the operation of your business. So a prime example of this for income would be interest earned. So monies that you earn on your checking account or your money market account, and the bank pays you interest on that. That interest that you receive has nothing to do with your business. So the Internal Revenue Service says that you have to categorize that as other income. Other expenses, an example of that could be, heaven forbid, let's say that you are in a lawsuit and you have to actually pay someone for that lawsuit. Again, that expense is not a normal expense to help you run your business, or it better not be a normal expense to help you run your business, because you probably won't be in business too long if you keep on getting sued, right? So it's kind of like a one-time event that will be categorized as another expense. So really, you don't really need to worry about the other income or other expense, or even, you have a transaction and you're not sure what account this transaction should be using, or what accounts this transaction involves. QuickBooks also has another account that can be created, and it's called Ask My Accountant. So anytime you're recording transactions, you purchase something and you're like, I'm not sure if this is an expense or if it's a fixed asset, you can put it in the Ask My Accountant account. And then hopefully your accountant knows QuickBooks, or you have a pro advisor who does, that can go in and tell you what exactly, where exactly that account, that transaction needs to be put into. Okay. And what I was going to say, if a lot of this is like, man, that's way over my head, I'm so confused, that's why you need an accountant. Okay. Actually, Barbara, I believe what we're going to do is, with the recording, it's going to be on our YouTube channel. So we probably won't send it directly to you unless Christopher corrects me, but it'll be put on our YouTube channel, which you can find that at New Mexico Small Business Development Center. And we can put that in the link as well, too, in the chat as well. Okay. Yes, I will click on the link for the truck. Let me go back up to it. And we'll view the register. And so here, it just really shows our opening balance. And this is probably when we purchased the truck. And so what they did, oh, no, it's not when they purchased the truck. So in this example, they already had the truck when they started their business. And so their truck was part of what they brought in to the business. So it looks like they did not owe, it was already paid for. So there's no loan against it. So it came in where it increased their fixed asset, and it also increased their contribution to the business. So their contribution was the truck to the business. Hopefully that answers your question, Ria. Answered that. And Lauren said, what's included under meals and entertainment on a business? Great question. So not to get too much into taxes, because I can go down that rabbit hole, Lauren. So anytime you are having a meal or a coffee, well, I'll give you a great example. One of my clients for my personal business, I met with them at the local coffee shop to talk about them actually hiring me. So since we talked about business and I had a cup of coffee, I paid for my own and they paid for theirs. I can write half of the cost of that cup of coffee in my meals and entertainment for my business. So anytime you're having a meal or a snack and you are talking business, then it's a deduction. So I'll leave that alone, getting a little bit too much into taxes. All right, let's go back to the chart of accounts. I got to watch the time. You guys are really good. So y'all get me going here. All right, so that's pretty much the chart of accounts. And let me get back to where I need it to be. Okay, so it is 11:50 or almost 11:15. And we are going into a different section. I could probably definitely finish it by 12. But I would just like to take a poll if you all would rather have a lunch right now, and we'll probably do lunch for an hour, or I can go on and continue to go until 12, and then we could take an hour lunch right at 12. So keep going till noon, wait till 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12. Okay. All righty. That looks like the majority. Okay, so we'll keep going. Okay. So I'm going to make sure in the right place. Okay, so I am going to do a sales. So we're going to set up some product and services. So back on the screen, if you all are, I think you can still see my screen, which shouldn't be a problem. All I did was just click back on the dashboard, and it took me again to, actually I clicked on sales, I'm sorry. I clicked on sales. And I mentioned this before, there's 5 different tabs, and one of them is product and services. So I'm going to click on that one. And here, because we are working already in a sample company, we already have some products and services that have already been added. Okay. And for any of these products or services, I can go in and I can edit it, or I can click on that arrow that's pointing down. I can make it inactive. I can run a report, or for some reason, if I like all of the information in this design service, I want to make a duplicate of it. And then I would probably go into that duplicate and then maybe change the name, add something to it. But the gist of the information is there, and I don't have to retype it. Okay. So we are going to look at actually creating, I'll create a new product, and then I'll create a new service so you can see what that looks like. So on the new button, I am just going to click the new. And then I have this drawer that opens up, and QuickBooks wants to know, I have 4 different options. I can create an inventory, which is a product that I would create, or I can do a non-inventory part. And this, the non-inventory is where you still want to know those products that you have, but you just don't want to keep track of the quantity of them. So a good example of this is nuts and bolts and nails. It can even be flowers if you had a florist. Or let's see, how can you do it for the bees? Trying to think of some non-inventory. Well, yeah, if you didn't want QuickBooks to keep inventory for you, but you still want it to know that you have jars that you're going to sell, then you can use non-inventory. Then the other example, or the other type of item list that we have is services. Some of you have both service and product that you sell. And then some of you are just only service based, like my husband and I. And then you have bundle. And I talked about that, like a gift basket, or, again, let's say with the bee business that you have different types of bees, of honey, and you want to put that all in one basket to sell it, and that would be a bundle. Okay. So let's do inventory first. So here you would just put the name of the inventory. So since this is a landscape company, let's say that, let's see, what are they going to do? Let's say, let's do plants. I'm not sure if they already have this or not. So we would type, let's make it a little bit more detail. Let's say red plants. And then if you have a number that you want to attach to these red plants, you can do that. You can just put this SKU right here. And let's say you have a picture, or you have really a picture of that plant. You can actually upload that picture of that plant here. And you would just click on the little pencil and just, you would have it somewhere on your computer, and you would go and find that picture and upload it. And then you have category. So here, if you wanted to put it in a specific category, let's say we want to do landscaping because plants will go in the landscape. So we can add it to that category. And then here, since we are creating this initially, and even if we already have, 10 plants on hand, we don't want to enter the initial quantity here. Because what happens if we do that, then all we'll ever know is that we had 10 plants on hand as of this date and nothing else. We won't know where they came from. We won't know, really the individual cost of them, because there's a better way of entering what our quantity on hand is. Okay, so I recommend you always leave that blank. These two, this one. And then the reorder point, you can put in 20. So when we get down to only 20 plants that are left in our inventory, then QuickBooks will give us a message that says, hey, you need to reorder. And then the inventory asset account will always default to inventory asset. And this is one of those accounts that QuickBooks will generate automatically for you when you tell it, remember in the beginning when I did set up the company, QuickBooks will automatically create this account when you select that you're going to have inventory tracking. Okay. And then the description. And right here, this is what will go on the invoice for your customers. So you can say that red plants, whatever description you want to use, you can use that. Okay. The sale price, we are going to sell these for $25. So whatever your sales price is going to be. And then since you set a number here, well, even if you didn't set a number, but because this is a plant or service that you're going to provide, you have to tie it to one of those accounts in chart of accounts. So you're going to sell this to your customers, right? So that's money you're going to receive. So that's income to you. So you can select actually, we have one, a product income account. So we're just going to select that one. Thought it would list more, but probably because we did category. Okay. Then is it taxable? So, here in New Mexico, everything is taxable unless it's a nonprofit. And then of course you have to have a non-tax transaction certificate, right? So you want to go on and set up or tell QuickBooks that yes, this is subject to tax. This is taxable. So we can click on this edit sales tax. And we could tell QuickBooks what kind of product or service this is. So it's probably basically retail, maybe. And this is probably getting into a little bit more detail because this is, it must be a Florida-based company and not a New Mexico-based company. So let me get back out of there. Let's see. And then the purchase information, this portion, it does not have to be filled in as far as a description, but this is if you ever do purchase orders. And it would be whatever the vendor would call this particular product. And hopefully you're using the same terminology. Sometimes you may not. And then what is that going to cost you for you to buy it? Let's say it's $5. And then once you, the account, it has to again be tied to an account. There's a number there. So the expense account that is tied to is that cost of goods sold. So when you sell it to your customer at $25, it's going to increase your income account. And then the offset of that, the expense, would be $5 because you no longer have that plant. And so IRS says that you can now record it, that expense. You can also define if you have a preferred vendor that you just always purchase it from, you can add that or you can leave it blank. Okay, so I'm going to hold and check Q&A and see if there's any questions on that. So I'm a contractor and I do remodels and am now venting into new home construction. Can you make some references for us builders? So kind of some examples you wanted me to use. Yes, I can do that. Will QuickBooks Online know if expenses are tax deductible in the state of New Mexico for startup cost of an LLC? That's a loaded question, Mr. or Mrs. AA. That is something that really okay, so any expenses, any monies that you use to purchase items, let's say that you form your limited liability company, that is a startup cost. And yes, you can record it into QuickBooks, but you'll definitely need to label it as a startup cost or a conversation you can have with your accountant. And it is deductible. However, the Internal Revenue Service says that you have to do what's called amortization. And amortization basically says that any startup cost, money that you spent before you open your doors, you have to spread it out over like a 5-year time period. So you won't be able to write off that entire amount in the year that you actually paid it. You'll have to do it over 5 years. But that's a great conversation to have with your tax preparer, your accountant.
Sandra, I'm back and active, so if you need me, I'm here.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay. So I think that's the only question that I had. So now after we have created this product, we have 2 options, and we're going to click on that little arrow that was pointing down. So we can save and close, or we can do save and new. And what save and new will do is it will save this, close it up, and then give us a new screen to where we can do a product or service or what have you. So we're going to do save and new. Oh, I don't. Oh, 0. I put 0 there. So put 0 there. And that's good. It tells you, and I should have known that. Anytime you see the asterisk there, it is going to say, hey, wait a minute. And something's not quite right because it didn't like, because I didn't put the date, I'm sure. So let's put today's date and do save and new. Okay, now I have a blank screen for inventory. Now, what I want to do is I don't want to do inventory. I want to do a service. So I can go here to change type. So click on change type and then just select service. Now my screen changes to where it's just a service item that I'm adding. And let me stop. I have something in chat. Beth says, for my inventory, I show my income account as sales. Should it be cost of goods sold? Yes, Beth, it should be cost of goods sold. For, you know what? Let me backtrack. No, when, here, let me go back to this one. Let's see, this is an inventory. So let's go into this one. Okay. So for your sales price rate, Beth, it will be sales of product income. But for here, for the cost of what it costs you to sell that particular product, the expense account will be cost of goods sold. So this is kind of tricky with inventory because when you make a sale, there is like two separate transactions that are taking place. One is recording the sale. So it's going to increase your income account, show that you sold it for $15. And it's also going to increase your checking account because your customer gave you $15, right? But now you have to record that inventory item leaving your business and recording, you know, what it cost you to sell it. So this is what this does. So then there's another separate transaction that takes place really in the background where QuickBooks is going to reduce your inventory by $10 and by that one plant that you sold, or one fountain in this case. And and then because you sold it, you still paid for it. So you have to show the expense or the payment of that inventory item on your books. And you do that through cost of goods sold. Now, I know I'm getting a lot into the weeds, Beth, but when I show you, when you do an invoice, as long as this is set up correctly, and it will, QuickBooks will only allow you to enter cost of goods sold. So it's not going to allow you to enter another expense account unless you add it, but it'd still be a cost of goods sold, okay? So it's gonna force you. So when you create that invoice, QuickBooks is going to do those two separate transactions in the background. And it's going to be based on what you put here. So it's going to kind of force you to do it. If you go into the create inventory, if you created an inventory part. Great question. I will definitely, if you have other questions on that, we can definitely, you know, visit one-on-one. Okay. All right, so let's go back to new, and we're going to do a service item. So let's say for the service item, we are going to, let's say, clear land. How about that for a construction type business? Oh, how about, is this better? Prepare land. Prepare land. Okay, so that's really, that's a labor thing that you're doing. It's not a product that you're selling, but you're going to, you know, go in and whatever machinery or whatever you need, and you're going to prepare that land so that you can begin to lay the foundation or whatever you need to do. That's one thing that we're working on right now. We're going to build and we need to clear our land. So we're going to prepare the land. We're not going to put this in a category. We're just going to keep it separate. And the description. So when we sell this product to our customer, meaning when we create the invoice, what do we want it to be on that invoice? And probably just, well, here, let's just say clear land, just to be different than prepare land. So that's what is going to appear on that invoice. And let's say that we are going to charge only because, you know, I'm doing this. I'm gonna say you're gonna charge $10 an hour. Probably as a business, you probably charge $50 an hour. I don't know. So whatever you're gonna charge an hour to clear the land. And then the income account, because it's a service, it's not a product, 9 times out of 10 is probably going to go into a service income account. Okay. QuickBooks does let you choose other income accounts because, well, other accounts, period, because you have them, but we're going to keep it as a service income account. Okay. Is it taxable? Yes, it is. We're going to keep it there. So let's say that because you have this construction company, right? Let's say that you really don't clear the land. You actually hire a subcontractor to actually do that, right? So you would say that I purchased this service from a vendor. And so that vendor, now we're just talking about, you know, that subcontractor that you hired. And that subcontractor, we're going to say that it is called prepare land. That's the description we're going to put. And even though I'm charging $50 an hour to do that, I'm only going to pay them, you know, $35 because that's what they charge. Okay. And the expense account that I'm going to put it towards, QuickBooks will kind of default it to you, but if you're not sure, great conversation to have with your accountant, or and that goes to purchases. And then if you have a specific vendor or subcontractor that you use and you want to go on and enter it here, you can. You don't have to, but you can. Okay. So I'm going to pause and see if there are any questions on that. There you go. Thanks. I'm so glad that you thought I was funny. That's what I'll tell you. I got a quote on what it's going to take us to build this building, and I almost passed out. But so I can wish. Rhea. Let's see. What if it's part of a bigger estimate? Would it be cost of goods? So if it's a service, it's not cost. It's not cost of goods sold. Cost of goods sold is really, well, I take that back. You can have cost of goods sold labor, which that is what purchases is. So you can create an account and say cost of labor. I probably wouldn't say cost of goods sold, because good dictates that it's actually a physical item, right? So you can call it cost of labor instead of purchases. You can't do that. Oh, there's another question. How do I access the purchasing information section here? We'll get to that. And I will butcher your name, Miss Martinez, or GM. And I apologize, but yeah, I'll show you purchasing. Add another 30,000 on there. $110 a square foot. I don't have a check box under description. I will have to come back to that, Miss Martinez. I'm not sure. Check box under description. Oh, okay. So you're okay. All right. If you're on service and you don't have the checkbox, oh, you know, at the bottom, it will probably say show more. Click on that at the very bottom of that screen and click on where it says show more and see if that comes up. And if the description doesn't come up, make sure that you are in the service list and not an inventory or a non-inventory. That could be the problem, why you don't have a checkbox under description. Will you itemize all the products used in performing a service? Well, Zachary, it really kind of depends. It's really up to you. Because your products, you know, and I'm not sure if you're in construction yourself too, but you're definitely not going to list how many nails you use. I mean, unless maybe a strip of nails, and I'm thinking of like a nail gun. I don't even know how nail guns work, but I know you can put certain number of nails in there, but I don't know if it has a strip like 10 you can put in there. You could probably itemize that, but you know, those smaller product or those smaller products, I don't know if I would itemize them, but you can itemize if you like. I'm in service and I don't have show more. Okay. And are you in the, oh, you are in service and I don't have, and yours isn't description. You can't find that. So I would recommend just go out of that, either save and new, or I would say save and close, and then come back in and go into service and see if that changes the screen. It's weird that it doesn't have it. And are you using the sample company, or are you using your own subscription? QuickBooks Online, Miss Martinez. Is it Griselda? I'm sorry if I butchered it.
How about Sandra? How about if I allow Griselda to speak?
Okay.
Let me open her up. Let me find you, Griselda. There you are. Okay, Griselda, you're allowed to speak. You're on mute. Take yourself off mute and we'd be happy to answer your question.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Sawyer. Sawyer or Taylor?
How about Sandra?
Hey, I love that. Sandra, thank you for hosting this really insightful webinar. So I have the online subscription. I am on the simple subscription. And that's where after you gave some options, I may not have the option to have subcontract, right? So I would have to upgrade it to essentials.
Yes, and actually you'll probably have, yes, essentials, yes.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. That was helpful. And I guess that's part of the exercise you put us to do at the beginning of the session, right? All right. Thank you, sir.
Awesome. All
Want me
right.
to read them off to you?
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Chris?
Would you like me to read off questions to you, Sandra?
Yeah, I think I got all of them except one I need to do some research on.
Okay, perfect.
You'll see some that are open. I thought I got them all. There's one about TurboTax, but I wanted to keep that one open.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. Okay.
The chat.
Yeah. In the chat, I believe I got all of them.
Okay, thank you, Sandra.
Yeah. All right. So let's, so from here, we'll do save and close. Okay. So that is really how you would create a product item, and then how you would create a service item. And you would just go through it. You don't always necessarily have to come to this screen. Actually, when you are creating an inventory, a invoice, I'm sorry, and we'll do that here, at least we'll start it. You can actually create a product or service item just from the invoice. It'll take you back, it'll take you to this the screen that I just saved. Okay. All righty. So let me check my notes. Make sure that I am on the right next step here. All right, so let's go on and do expenses. So setting up our vendors, it is important that we do set them up correctly. It's not necessarily that you have all the information on that vendor, but you know, if you don't want to track the address of every gas station that you use, especially for our construction businesses. But you may want to address the address of anyone that you're going to send a check to. Does that make sense? If you are going to go back and forth with them on email, of course, you'll need their email information as well too. So I will go on and let me go back to the dashboard so you'll know what I did. Just on the navigation bar, I just clicked expenses. And then this takes me to where I can actually see my expenses, that tab, but I want to click on my vendor tab. Takes a moment. Okay. So here's my vendor tab under the expense section. So the first thing that I see underneath here, or the really colorful thing, is the money bar. So this is called the money bar, and I mentioned that earlier this morning. I also, because I have the type of subscription where I can prepare those 1099s. And so 1099s, you know, the Internal Revenue Service requires you as the business, for any vendor that you have paid $600 or more to during your tax year, whatever that 12-month period is, then I'm sorry, not the 12, from January to December, then you have to send them a 1099. So anyone you paid money to between January 1st of 2021, we just ended that, to December 31 of 2021, you have to send a 1099 to. And you should have done that by January 31st. And so if you have not, then you definitely need to reach out to your accountant and get that done. So anyway, plus and above allows you to prepare those 1099s. So we want to create a new vendor, and only because, let's see. Okay, so we're having another conversation. So I'm going to click on the new vendor. And so I'm going to get the vendor information box that comes up. Now, this box is going to look very similar for customers that you will create. And so I may not take a lot of time when I get to the customers and go over this, because it's going to be somewhat similar. So the first thing that we have is, if you have the specifics on that vendor, the first name and the last name, I highly recommend that you go on and enter it here. So I am just going to set up myself as a vendor. And the company name, and it is Small Business Development Center at CCC. So it has spell check with it. So I spelled development wrong. And then here, when I tab, this next line is, how do you want the name displayed as you print it on checks? So I want, this company wants to print it on a check as Small Business Development Center at CCC, not Sandra Taylor Sawyer. Okay. Then the address, 417 Sheps Boulevard. That's in Clovis. And I really don't have to enter all this information right now. I can come back to it later because there's nothing that has an asterisk. So all that information I can enter later. If there's any notes for this particular vendor, I can enter it here. Let's say the vendor has a brochure or a business card or something else that is just for that vendor, or maybe there's a catalog, that the Small Business Development Center has. I can actually attach that to this. Of course, it has to be an electronic format. You can always scan it and then upload it, and it will always be there. I can enter the email address if I have it. Again, I can always come back to it later. The phone number, and if there's any billing rate. So going back to our contractors, when you have subcontractors, and I think I said that clearing of the land was like, I think I said $35. Then that's where you can put the $35. That's usually their billing rate, how much they would charge you. What terms that the vendor actually gives you once they send you an invoice. Is it due on receipt, or they give you 30 days to pay it? What is their normal term? We don't owe Sandra anything right now. The account number that this vendor has for us, then we can put it here. And then here, the federal tax ID number or their social security number. I highly recommend for each vendor that you ask up front, what is their EIN number, their federal tax ID number, or they may not have it, so you would need their social security number. Okay, so I would go on, of course, you know, I'm not going to give you mine, right? So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I wonder, is that really someone's social security number? Anyway, so I would always, again, once you enter that, I would always go on and say track payments for 1099. It is going to save you in the long run, especially come January 15th and you're trying to do your 1099s. You're going to have to get on the phone and call those vendors and ask, you know, what their ID number is. And then you're going to have to physically go out and really print a report. It's going to be a lot of time to really document or select if that 1099 needs to be printed. If this box is not check marked, then the program is not going to print those 1099s for you. So it's better to do it up front. And let's say for Sandra, what for this particular vendor, SBDC, I should say, what we normally purchase from them is, let's say, disposable fees. I'm just throwing something out there. So when I put this default expense account, what QuickBooks will do, anytime I create a bill or I write a check to this particular vendor, it will automatically add this expense account to that transaction. So I don't have to do additional keystrokes unless it's something else that I purchased from this vendor. Then I would have to change it. Okay. So let's make sure. I think there's something in chat. Okay. Thanks, Chris. And I believe we have some more vendors or some more questions. So are you there, Chris? Yes.
Let's look at the Q&A. Would you item? Okay, you did that. Yep, sounds right. I'm a service that I didn't have. Show more. You saw that one.
Yeah. Check Ria Hernandez.
Ria.
49. Yeah.
Can I have vendors and subcontractors, or do they all go under vendors?
They all go under vendors.
Thank you for that one. Let me get rid of that one. Zachary asks, would you do this for Lowe's Home Improvement, and would you have to give them a 1099?
Great question. So Zachary, I'm glad you asked that. So 1099s, the Internal Revenue Service says that if there is anyone who is like a sole proprietor type business, then you'll have to give them a 1099. If it's for your Lowe's and your Walmarts and even your accountants and attorneys, you don't have to give them a 1099.
Well, that's a good one. Thank you for that one. Ruby asks, how does this apply if prepaid or paid when ordered vendor info?
Yeah, so I mean, you can still have them listed as a vendor because you'll still be writing them or you'll still be writing them a check or paying via credit card. So they're still a vendor. And so it just may be just their name, Ruby. You don't necessarily have to have all of this other detail that I gave.
And if you ever go into somebody's QuickBooks, Sandra, that you haven't done yourself, you see all these names maybe twice in a row. I'm sure you've run into that.
Yeah, so that's where, I mean, you know, this would be a prime example. Right now, I put the company name at Small Business Development Center at CCC. And someone, you know, another bookkeeper or whoever is writing the bill could do just SBDC at CCC. that would create another vendor, which means it's the same vendor. And eventually you may want to go in and clean that up, but yeah.
Lois asked, so the vendor tab is for the subcontractors.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then we got something in the chat. So I put my tax payments under vendor. Is that correct? New Mexico Tax and Revenue Department.
Yes, they are a vendor. Yes. Mhm. So anybody that you write a check to, okay, I gotta be careful with this. 99.9% of the time that you write, anyone you write a check to is a vendor. Now, sometimes you may have a customer that is also a vendor, where you sell them goods and services, and you also purchase goods and services for them. You would have to have set up your customer as a vendor and probably add to their name like -V, just so that you'll know that that's the vendor where you're purchasing from that customer, right? And then as them as a customer, you would just have their legal name of their business, you know, nothing extra added to it, and they're your customer. So you can't have a business that is both a vendor and a customer, and QuickBooks requires that you set them up as a vendor and you set them up as a customer. Kind of an interesting thing with the system. So
Very good advice. Thank you, Sandra. Tracy asked, so we need to ask New Mexico Tax and Revenue for a business ID because they are a vendor?
oh, great question. No. Because you will not send a 1099 to a government entity. So government entities, your big box corporations, if it is a corporation, a professional, like again, a lawyer, an accountant, you will not send them a 1099. If it's a sole proprietor, a partnership type business for a legal entity, they will get a 1099.
Thank you.
Great question.
Ida wants to know how to edit a vendor.
How to edit?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we'll do that next. So let me save this. And so let's edit Bob's Burger Joint. So I can just click on Bob's Burger Joint and see, and now I see his vendor account that has opened. So I can go in and right here where it says edit, this little button, I hope you can see it. And so I'll click on it and it takes me back to the same screen, but for Bob's Burger Joint. And so if I know the person's name, I can add whatever I need to at this point. So that's how you would edit it. Okay. All righty, it is after 12, folks. Sorry, didn't mean to keep you into your lunch. So let's join back about 1:15. And we will leave this link open. And it's up to you if you want to go on and keep it open on your computer, or if you want to just log back in at about sometime between 1:10 and 1:15. And
Recording? Okay, in the chat I see when I'm in QuickBooks, sometimes it doesn't open but keeps a circle spinning. For example, in expenses, I click the vendor and it just keeps the circle spinning.
yeah, so unfortunately that could be it could be QuickBooks, and it could be your browser, your internet connection. So what I would recommend that you do is get out of the QuickBooks subscription, just close that down. Probably need to close down your browser. You may even need to power down your computer and just restart it and see if that takes it because there's somehow something is caught up. So it could be QuickBooks, it could be your browser, or it could be your computer. And then there was another question and a comment. Sugar is a plant. Oh my. I kind of destroy it probably, but it is a plant. And another one right before we went to break.
Let me see.
From
I-
Beth.
I don't have that one in my chat.
Are you not host or panelist? I know you are.
I am. I just, maybe it didn't, maybe it cut off everything. The last thing I have is from 113 and it says, yes, we'll let you back in.
So Beth asked, I know you're not there, but under customers, is there a way to access a customer invoice by searching the address instead of the name? So that's what I was just working on, Beth. That was a great question, and I did not know the answer to it. And so I went to the little search icon and just put in the, oh, you know what? Let me take that back. Let me share my screen. So I don't know why I'm up here talking and not showing you all what I do. So let's see. So I'm in the sales and let's go to the little search. Actually, let me get out of here. Let me find. I actually have put in my address, and because I didn't tell QuickBooks to keep the program up, it did not, it kicked me out. So 5647 Cypress Hill. Okay, I just wanted to get someone's address so I can search it. So what was that? 5647. I forgot already. Cypress. Let's see if that comes.
Cypress Hill, just like the band. And I hope QuickBooks hasn't made everybody insane in the membrane.
So looks like it's not going to allow me. Let's see, Cypress Hill. Yeah. So no, you won't be able to bring it up by the address. Now, Beth, I don't know if you're asking that because if you have some sort of like rental property and your locations are customers instead of actual people, then it would bring it up because, you know, that address would be the customer name. But I'm not, so to answer your question, how you have it there, no, you cannot. And then the other question was the link to the sample company that I'm using. So I did put that in the chat. Let's see, it was about 12:58 p.m. and it has link, or 12:59 p.m. I'm sorry, link to sample company. And if you just want to, you can either click on that link or you can just copy it and then paste it to a browser. And then it will open up. And then the next link is for the QuickBooks Online Advance subscription for the sample company. I got those. And oh, and Chris put in another link too as well. It's a little bit longer, but it will work. Love you guys. Love your comments. All righty. So let's talk about paying bills and printing checks. So we already got the vendors there. So the next step would be to either go on and set up a bill for that customer, or either go back up here, get ahead of myself. Or do a check, a purchase order, or even give the vendor a credit. So those are kind of the different options that we have. And let me actually go to that. And I apologize, I keep on saying what we can do, but I really don't take you there. Okay, so we're at the vendor center. We have our expenses and our vendors. And then this little button to the top right that says new transactions. So I can click on the arrow that's pointing down, and then here are all those options that I have, the different transactions that I can do for vendors. I can do time activity. We'll talk about that later. I can create a bill or do an expense, do a check, purchase order, vendor credit, or pay down a credit card. So really the two that I will show you or talk about, I always get this question, what's the difference between an expense and a check? So an expense can be a debit or a credit card transaction. So when you go to your local hardware store and you make a purchase and you give them your credit card for the payment, then you will come back and get into your QuickBooks and you will enter that purchase that you made using your credit card, and you'll enter it into expenses. And then of course, check is just that. When you either want to print a paper check or you handwrite a check, then you would select the check transaction to record that check. Purchase orders, again, those of you who, and that is a question someone asked. So actually, I will start there. We're going to use the purchase order. So I'm going to click on that. And this is the form. So there are any transactions that you do in QuickBooks, and this is whether it's online or even desktop. You have forms. This is a Intuit terminology, not necessarily an accounting terminology. But anyway, you have forms. And the top part of this form, and you can kind of tell because it's kind of grayed out, or it's darker than the bottom portion here. On my screen, it looks grayed out. I'm not sure how it looks on yours. But this is where you tell QuickBooks, you know, your vendor, who is the vendor that you are purchasing this item from. And so let's choose a vendor. And I'm just going to click on the drop down box. And I am going to say it's Computers by Jenny. Now, as soon as I select Computers by Jenny, because I have already put her in as a vendor. So when I click on her, then everything that I filled in on her vendor detail sheet will appear on this top portion. So that's her email address, if I have put it in, her address, and then the shipping address of where she's going to ship the products to me. So again, these are pre-fillable boxes that at some point I had to put the information in, and it's just coming down, okay? QuickBooks will automatically, for the purchase order date or whatever date that you're entering the transaction, QuickBooks is going to automatically enter today's date, whatever that date is. So if you did this purchase order and let's say it was just last week that you actually did the purchase order, but today you're just now entering it into QuickBooks, you're going to have to make sure you physically go back and change that date. So we're going to say that the date of this purchase order was actually last week. We're going to say that it was January 27th of 2022. So QuickBooks has a shortcut, and you guys notice, just look at the purchase date. So see how I have it highlighted. I am just going to type in 012722. So 2 numbers or 2 digits for the month and 2 digits for the date. And for the year, I can just do the last 2 digits of the year. Notice I did not put in any of the slashes or spacing or anything. It's all together. And then on my keyboard, I'm going to just hit tab, and QuickBooks will automatically put those slashes in and do it the way that I want it to appear. Another little tip, and I'm just going to click back in there and notice that again, it's all highlighted. That's important, because if I just click here, what I'm going to show you will not work. So the entire date has to be highlighted. So I can type in the letter M like month on my keyboard. So I type in M, and QuickBooks will automatically take it to the first day of the month that I was currently based on the date that was currently there. Okay. If I go in and I again highlight it again and I click it and I do K, QuickBooks will automatically, based on January 1, go to the last day of that week. And I typed a K. Does anyone kind of get where I'm going here? Well, let's do another one. Again, I'm going to highlight it and I'm going to type in the letter R. And R is going to get me to December 31, 2022. So what QuickBooks is doing, don't worry about writing this down. We're going to send you the shortcuts. Okay. So it is taking just the word, so the word year. And if I would have put it in, typed in the letter Y, it would have taken me to the first day of that year. I typed in an R, it took me to the last day of the year. So it's just taking the first letter of the word year and the last letter of that word and put it in those dates. And it does the same thing for month. So if I were to type M right here, again, highlight it and type M, it's going to take me to December 1, because December 1 is the first date of the month for December. And if I were to do H, it'd take me to the last day. I can do week. So if I want to go to the first day of the week for that particular area, I can type in W, go to the last day of that week. It will do K. I just think that's so cool. You guys are probably saying, okay, Sandra, whatever. That's I think it's so cool. Okay, another thing it will do, just another shortcut. Again, you got to make sure the entire date is highlighted. I can type in the letter T, and T represents today. So it can take me all the way back to today. So I don't have to worry about typing in the 2-digit month, 2-digit day, and the 2-digit year. Okay, enough about date. So cute little shortcut. I love those shortcuts. Okay, so that's really the top part of this particular purchase order form. The bottom half has 2 sections. We have a category detail for the purchase order, and we have an item detail. So let's start with the item detail first. So the item detail is where I am buying product from this vendor that I'm going to use in my inventory. Whether I am going to track the inventory or I just want it as a non-inventory option. So that's where, again, so for Jenny, let's see, what do I get from her? Probably none of these. So I don't buy any products from Jenny. She's a computer person. So there won't be any products that I'm purchasing from her to resell or to use in a or use in my inventory. Okay. But what I purchased from her is some computers, probably, let's say some computers, or even a software. Let's see what we have here. Let's say that she's going to do some computer work for us. So some computer repair. So because it's a service, again, or it's not a product, it's going to go in our category detail here. And I've already put in computer repairs as one of my chart of accounts. Okay. And we're going to give it a description, and we are going to say she's going to clean up data files, whatever she's going to do. This is all, the description is really what you want it to have so that you'll know what exactly this person is doing. Just give you a little bit more detail. And so she is going to charge us $500 to do that. Okay. Then the other thing that I want to show you that's really kind of neat here is I can copy what I put in the description. So all I'm doing is just highlight it and then right click on my mouse and tell it to copy. And then I'm going to paste it down here in my memo line, down here at the bottom left corner where it has memo, and just tell it to paste. So this way, when I pull up this purchase order and it just shows me the amount and the date and the vendor, it's also going to give me the detail of what this purchase order is about. Right here where I have cleanup data files in this description, when I prepare a income statement and I see the expense, maintenance repair, computers repairs, then it will print the description if I ask for the detail, but it will give me that. So this little description and the memo description will appear in two different reports just based on what you're printing up, but you're covering yourself. So regardless of where this particular purchase order, whatever document comes up, you'll be able to have a little bit more detail. So I will pause. I see there's 5 things in chat. I don't know if those are questions or a dialogue we need to address on what I'm talking about.
Let's look.
Alrighty.
Okay, that was thanks. Oh, Beth says, thanks. I have a lot of customers in water well pump service. I can't remember the location, but not always the name. I could remember the location, but not always the name. Sometimes there are a lot of people involved on the job. And then I told her, Beth, when I did this with the Chamber of Commerce, we had some vendors, customers that had multiple locations. So I would name them with the street number before the name. Like we had 201 Wells Fargo and 506 Wells Fargo.
And then the
Uh,
customer name, which would still make them different. Yeah.
But what it does is it puts them at the top, and if they're a good customer, they're always at the top. And let's look at the Q&A. Would you do a PO for any debit purchase that automatically transfer from the bank, or is there a match option to link the check or debit entry?
So the purchase order, and I am sorry, I probably should have explained that a little bit more. So the purchase order is just a record of your order. It is not tied at this, well, a purchase order is never tied to a payment that you've made. It's before you would even make the payment. So it's really like you would, and I kind of have to go back, Tiffany, in the old days, where you would place an order, you would call a vendor or fill out the order form and mail it off to them or fax it to them. Or even, even electronically, go on their website and order it, but you don't make payment on it. What the purchase order allows you to do is document that that item was ordered and you haven't received it yet and you haven't made payment. So that's basically what the purchase order is. So it's not tied yet to any exchange of money. Does that kind of help?
You want me to allow Tiffany to speak, and maybe she could clarify anything that we may have missed? Oh, Tiffany says yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, cool. All righty. So now we're just going to save and close. So we have that purchase order out there. Again, it shows up in our expense transaction, but it is not part of our, if we were to print like an income statement or balance sheet, it's not going to show up. We can use this, again, if our vendor allows to send this to our vendor, so they'll know that, we want this particular service or we want to purchase this particular product. Okay. So the next thing that we would do, let's say it's, a week later or so, and now we need to, Jenny has come and, she's cleaned up our data files or whatever she has done. And so now she has sent us a bill. So she's created, in her documents, an invoice for us, but we're going to call it a bill. So she sent us a bill. So we're going to come in here and we are going to click on the arrow going down. And we are going to, we have several choices here. We can print this purchase order. We can view it or edit it. We can copy, in case we need it. She's going to clean up our data file in another quarter, another 3 months or so. We can do that, or we can delete it, saying that, we decided not to have her clean our data files, so we just want to get rid of this purchase order. But she came in, she performed the work, she sent us a bill. So now we're going to select copy to bill. So we're going to click this option. And now we have a bill form. So this form took the information from that purchase order and then put it on this bill. And Jenny is going to give us 30 days to pay her. So we're not going to pay her right away. So the top part of this bill form, again, gives us the detailed information on the vendor. but it also tells us that this bill is linked to a purchase order. So we know that this bill was generated from a purchase order. Okay. Also, as I said, Jenny is going to give us 30 days to pay it. Well, QuickBooks, because it doesn't know that she's going to give us 30 days, it automatically will enter the bill date, whatever today's date is. Or another thing that it might do, if you have done transactions before this one, if you've created a form and you put in, yesterday's date, and now you come in and you accept this bill like I just did, then QuickBooks will just put in yesterday's date. So it's either going to go to the most recent transaction date that you used for today while you're in the program at this time, or is going to automatically default to today's date. Okay. The other thing that QuickBooks will do is automatically enter a due date. So since it doesn't know anything better, or anything else, I should say, maybe that's a better word, it is going to automatically say today is the due date, because the term box is blank. So that's all it knows. So again, Jenny said that we can have 30 days. So we are going to come over here to terms, and we're going to type in net. And notice we have QuickBooks automatically will set all of these terms up for you when you start your company file. So you have net 10, net 15, net 30, and net 60. And then you can always add whatever other term that your vendor provides to you. Some of them may provide, if you pay within 10 days of the bill, then you can get a 10% discount. Well, you can add that if that's something that they offer. Well, she's going to give us just 30 days to pay it. So once I enter in terms, there's 30 days, then QuickBooks will automatically change the due date to 30 days from now. And it will do calendar days, so not business days. So definitely be watching that. I would say most of your vendors will do calendar days. They're probably not going to do work days. They're going to give you calendar days, but just watch out for that. Then the next box is your bill number. So this would be, again, whatever Jenny has on her bill that she sent you. It'd probably have a bill number, or probably say invoice number. Then you can enter it here. And then the bottom portion of the bill form is where you're telling QuickBooks where on the chart of accounts you want this $500 to go into. And basically, we've already put it on the purchase order, so we don't have to change it. But if there was a change, you can go on and maybe if it wasn't computer repairs, maybe it was really equipment where she had to maybe do something to our printer or whatever it may have been. You still have the option to change it. That's really what I'm getting at here. You can also add to or change the description, the amount. Let's say that she really thought it was going to be $500, but it was really only $450. We can change the amount here. Okay. And notice that our memo, that information came through as well. And attachments, I didn't show this to you on the purchase order, but all of the forms in QuickBooks, you have the availability to add an attachment. And the attachment, it's a maximum of 20 megabytes. Okay, just one attachment. Okay. And I believe that's all. And before I go on again, I will just make sure there's nothing, no questions. Okay. All righty, cool. So here I have several choices. Now I can just save. So let's say I'll just click save. And then all QuickBooks does is just save that bill, but it keeps me on this bill form. The other option that I have is down here at the bottom left, and I'll just do the arrow so you can see my other options. I can save and schedule a payment. I'll talk about that shortly. I can do save and close, where it will save it and then just close out of this form. Or I can do save and new, where it will save and it will just present me a blank copy of this bill form. So if I have, like the telephone bill that I have received, and I want to go on and enter that before I pay it a week or 2 weeks in the future. QuickBooks also offers that you can pay your vendor with a bank transfer or a debit card for free. So if you use one of those two options, you can go on and click schedule the online payment. You can also, of course, pay by a credit card, your credit card. And of course, they're going to give you some protection there, whatever. And so that will be another way that you can pay it. Okay. So we are going to say save and schedule payment, because I want to show you something else on this one. So, and I apologize. We're just going to say, we're going to exit out of this. Don't want to do either one. Okay. So someone had asked me about what's the difference between accrual and cash, and what is that all about? So accrual accounting method says that I am going to record my expenses and my income before I actually receive the money or pay the money or pay the bill. Okay, that's kind of basically accrual. I'm recording it in my books before I actually write the check, pay with the credit card, or receive the money. So what we just did, we set up an accrual accounting method for our bills. We're saying that we owe Jenny $500, but we haven't paid her yet, but it's still recorded in my books. That's the accrual method. Now the cash method says that I am going to record my expenses and my income when I receive those jolly Benjamins. Did you guys get it? It's after lunch. I don't want y'all sleeping. Wake up. Okay. So cash says I'm recording it when I receive it. I'm recording it when I write the check and the money goes out. Okay, I gotta see chat. Thank you, Rihanna. I kind of love that movie, huh? I think I just love it because of the name, Benjamins. It's kind of a violent movie, but Anyway, I digress, sorry. All righty, golly, and I'm recording this. I don't know if I want this to go out, Chris.
No, it's entertaining.
So, and I'll show you on the reports too, the difference between cash and accrual. And I want to say it was Joshua, I wasn't sure, asked me about accrual. But in QuickBooks, you can just put your information in there. And then when you print your reports, you can print them either on the cash basis of accounting or accrual basis. So again, when we get into the reports, I'll kind of show you when you want to use cash basis and when you want to use accrual basis. Okay. Alrighty, so we have those bills out there that we haven't paid yet, but we need to pay. And well, let me show you this other thing, and it's just really it's going to be pretty much the same. So I won't go through the entire screen, but on the navigation bar, I'm going to select new, and I have a customer option or customer center, vendors, employees, and then other. So under my vendors, I'm going to say we are going to do an expense. We're going to record an expense. And remember, I told you that expense is when you use your credit or debit card. At the time of purchase, should probably say that. At the time of purchase, okay? So we went to the local hardware store. I know that we have a hardware store in here. Yeah. So we went to Hicks Hardware and we purchased some items and we use a credit card. So the payment amount, we use a Visa card. That's our payment account, which is part of our chart of accounts. Okay. And so what I normally do, not like I have a lot of credit cards, but instead of just naming it Visa, I may name it whatever bank I'm getting that Visa card from. So if it's a Bank of New Mexico and it's a Visa, then that's what I would put. Okay. The date that I went and purchased that. And so let's say that that was yesterday. So on my keyboard, another little tip, I'm going to use the underline and the minus, well, the dash that's between the 0 and the plus and the equal, and it will automatically go to the previous date. So February 2nd. Payment method, again, it was with the Visa, or if you just want to say credit card, you can always leave that blank. When I'm paying with a credit card, and again, I'm going and purchasing at the time, paying for it at the time of purchase, you get a receipt, but there are so many numbers on that receipt. And I have no idea where those numbers are coming from. So I don't put anything in here in this reference number. So I just usually leave that blank. And then down here in the category portion of this expense form, because when I created Hicks Hardware, I had either set as a default account, hopefully you all remember that, I said that it would always be like job materials, sprinklers, and drip system, because that's normally what I get from them. And it will automatically put the amount in there. Or if I told QuickBooks to do an automatic fill, that's an option that I think is with Plus. I can't remember if Essential has it or not, but it could also be an automatic fill as well, and it'll just fill it in. So if you're using any of those options, you want to make sure that this is exactly what you purchase at this hardware store. So just be very careful of that. We're going to keep it as is. The only thing I'll change is, let's say the amount change. It was actually something that was on sale. So the total amount plus the tax that they charge us was, oops, it's a lot of money. $145.90. So I can change that. Okay. And let's say, let me add something else to this. Let's say that this was a unique type of sprinkler that I purchased for a specific customer, because I was doing some landscaping for them, or I was doing putting in a door because I'm remodeling their kitchen for our construction folks. And I want it noted in my books that I'm buying this particular door for this particular client. So in this example, it's a sprinkler system. So then I'm going to come over here to my customer box, and can't remember my customers. Let's say that I am getting this for John Milton. So he's one of my customers. So I'm buying the door or the sprinkler system from one of my vendors, and then I'm going to sell it or use it on the job that I'm doing for my customer, John Milton. Okay, so I can assign it to John. The other thing that I can do is I can say, I definitely, not only do I want to track that this particular door went to John, but I want to, when I invoice John for the job that we're doing, the redo, then I want him to pay for this. So I'm going to make it billable. So I just told QuickBooks that yes, I'm paying for it. I'm going to carry the cost over to John. That's what the billable means. Okay. And it is taxable, because everything in New Mexico is taxable, right? And if I had some additional things that I had purchased using that Visa card, again, on that one receipt, I can go on and enter it here. Even if it wasn't tied to a customer, I'm just using it in-house. And let me just go on and do that, just so that you all can see that. Let's see, what else could I purchase there? Let's say that I had some building repairs for my own building, my business building. And maybe it was a doorknob I needed, and I purchased a doorknob for $10. So again, I can still doorknob for office door or something. Again, whatever description I want to put on it. And it was $10. It's not tied to any customer, because that's an expense that I have in-house, because I needed to repair or replace my doorknob. Okay. So before I go on, I'll stop a moment, make sure there's not any questions on that.
Let's see. Okay, this is perfect for me. Do I need to add each item I purchased, like PVC pipe, PVC glue, paint? It's all for one job, but different aspects of the job.
Great. That's a great question. So it really depends on you. Now, if you're wanting to see that type of detail, especially if you're wanting your customers to see that type of detail, which I think that was a question that was asked earlier. Yeah, I would do each line item. So PVC pipe, if you purchase 100 feet of PVC pipe, whatever, then of course I would just put PVC pipe and the amount. The only kind of tricky thing here is that, you know, if you have that one, well, if you're passing the cost on to your customer, then hopefully you gave your vendor Hicks Hardware a non-tax transaction certificate. So there shouldn't be tax, right, applied. But if it wasn't, so like the $10, you have to pay taxes on that because your business is the end user. So that would, you know, be whatever the tax rate is. But yeah, you can do it separately, or if you want to do it one lump sum and say, you know, like in description, remodel kitchen, and then say which customer it's for, you can do it that way too. It's really just how much detail you want. Now, if those things are going to be used for multiple businesses, multiple projects, I should say, then you probably want to enter them in as item details so that you can have a record of it in your inventory. Okay.
Perfect. More detail, the better, right? Michael asks, and astute businessman Michael asked, if and when will the door be marked up? Can we show a markup in this?
So when we invoice our customers, so when we do the customers, that's when I'll show you.
Okay. And this question you might be getting ahead of yourself, but how do I record the taxes paid on that receipt? So if you paid gross receipts tax, I'm guessing? Not
on this. Well, okay, I think I kind of already answered that, but I'll go on and go back. So if the sprinkler system is for a customer, then you should be providing Hicks Hardware what's called a non-tax transaction certificate, an NTTC, where they will not charge you tax on this $145.90. Okay. Now the $10, that's a doorknob that you're going to use in your business. You're the end user. Then you are subject to gross receipts tax on this. So instead of this being $10, you know, here in Clovis, the tax rate is like 8.15. So we would record $10.81 for easy math. So there's nowhere that, you know, you have to report this tax separately on the expense, because you don't have to report that to taxation or revenue. It's only when you actually charge it to your customers. I shouldn't say there's nowhere that you have to report it, because you could possibly get audited and then you would probably have to show it, but I mean, you would still have your receipts, and you can scan your receipt and upload it here.
You know what, Sandra? I'm going to allow Ria or Raya, and she could tell us when I let her speak, to speak, because I think it's a little bit more in depth than that. Let me allow you to speak, Ria or Raya, and you tell us, is it Ria or Raya?
It's Ria.
Okay.
Good morning or afternoon. Yeah, so no, okay, so for example, I started my construction company here in Roseland about a year ago. And so in entering all the stuff into QuickBooks, when I first started, I didn't have, I mean, I had my NTC forms, I had all the legal documents, but I didn't establish it with the
Rita, I'm sorry, you have background. So do you have like are you logged in twice to this QuickBooks?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm not too sure.
All right, let me do something at my end. I apologize. I was just getting a lot of feedback. I could barely hear you.
Okay.
Okay, go on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go on and talk.
Okay. So just real quick, so say I have a vendor and I did not supply the NTTC. in the beginning. So in the beginning, I purchased, say, from those, and so I was getting charged taxes, but I had to record the receipts. So that was my question, just how do I record that, the taxes that I paid?
I'm sorry. Do you want to repeat that, Chris? Because I can barely understand.
No, I think I heard, I have my earphones on, so I was able to hear a little bit. So she didn't set up an NTTC yet, and she paid taxes. So I'm thinking, should she just put each individual item on the receipts, not going to show the tax for each individual item? Could she create just another line for gross receipts tax and put that at the end?
No, because there's not really, again, anywhere that you really need to report your separate tax to the taxation and rev. I think you're getting it somewhat kind of confused because you're the one buying it. So whatever you purchase and the tax that you paid on it, that's your purchase price.
So maybe just bundle it as purchased items for job and then just put the total receipt price on it.
Yes, yeah, I wouldn't worry about doing this. I mean, okay. I guess I can kind of see where she's going because each individual item would have a tax. So you could record it separate or in a separate line item, but it would still be building repairs. And it would just be gross receipts tax, but you would still apply it to building repairs. You would not apply it to a tax account. So let's do this. Let me just show you. So let's say this, of course, again, the $10. And then on the receipt, we see that taxes that we paid is 81 cents. So I would still again charge it to building repairs. I want to create a new one. There we go. And you can say gross receipts in the description and then just 81 cents. So again, you're not going to report this 81 cents to the taxation rev because you're a Hicks Hardware customer. They're your vendor. So as a customer, you don't report what you paid in gross receipts tax. You only report what your customers pay you. So remember, we're talking about vendors. So hopefully that helps.
I think the lesson here, Sandra, is to be careful how you buy things and make sure you keep your receipts clean. Because when something like this would happen to me, I would just put the lump sum and then put items purchased for like chamber meeting. But then the people who worked for the chamber tended to buy items for a chamber meeting, for an event, and for the office all on one receipt. And that gets a little crazy. So just keep your receipts very clean. And then she said, okay, that this doesn't get passed on to the customer, right? I guess she could pass on the gross receipts to the customer, right?
Well, if you, again, let's say the doorknob, let's go back here. So the $145.90 that you purchased, you didn't have an NTTC and it included tax. Yes, you can pass that on to the customer because that is what you paid for it, because you did not tell your vendor that, hey, I don't pay gross receipts tax on products that I purchase.
And then I think you'll get to that in the invoicing side of it too.
Yeah.
Josh asks, what's the difference between a tag and a rule?
Okay. So a tag is and I don't have one in here. I think we have it on the invoices. But a tag is like another type of category that you can kind of put your transactions in. So in I also do the books for one of our civic organizations that I'm a part of. And so we had where, unfortunately, some of our members had passed away. And so we had people who wanted to give money in their name. So instead of setting up a class, I just set up a tag. So anytime I collected money from those donors, I recorded it in that specific member that had passed away, their memorial, in their tag category. And it was the entire transaction and not an individual line item. And when I get to invoices and probably payments, I can show you a little bit better. And then rules are just basically saying that, and this is really when you're dealing with bank feeds. So when you have a transaction that comes in and is from a particular, let's say a check that you wrote, and it's from a particular vendor like the electric company. So anytime the transactions from the bank are downloaded into your account and it sees the electric company name, then you could set up a rule that says anytime that comes in, then I want you to charge it to my electricity expense account. So that would be the rule. And it's basically in your bank feeds. Okay. Is there another one, or we're caught up?
I'm telling Ria to wait until we talk about invoicing for that one, but she asked, so the gross receipts tax will get passed on to the customer, and I told her, yes, that's acceptable, but wait until we talk about invoicing and we'll go into that a little bit more. And then Lauren made the comment that you only apply it to tax account when you charge sales tax to your customer, not when you buy something. And I thought that's a good point.
Yes.
And then Lori asks, from this example, does this mean the expense has been split? And I answered her, yes. A naughty employee, Miss Naughty Sandra, bought supplies for multiple projects on one receipt. So we have one expense goes to an inventory and one expense goes to building expense or something like that.
Yeah. It is really, we're buying it from the one vendor. And so we can do that. It's totally allowable. All righty. So now we're going to just save and close. So now I want to go back to our vendors so you all can see what we did. So now we have the bill from Jenny that we have. And then we have the expense from Hicks Hardware. And notice on Hicks Hardware, instead of us seeing the category like we see all these other ones, we see the word split, meaning it went to exactly what Chris was saying. It went to 2 or 3, more than one different type of an account. Okay. And then our memo. So that's why it's good for in the description and the memo line to probably put the same thing. So when you see this type of list, you can see what it is. Of course, squeaky clean car wash down here. It doesn't have anything in memo, but it's probably they washed the car. You kind of assume. Here, Bob's Burger Joint, meals and entertainment, and they bought lunch for the crew. Again, those memos, this is your friend. This column is your friend. Okay, So now we are, the next week, and we are ready to pay any bills that we have. So we can, let's see. Let me do new, because I want to come to here. I want to click on the pay bills instead of doing it from this screen. So all the bills that I have entered that have not been paid will be listed here. So here I have my computers by Jenny. That's at $500. It's due March 5th. And then I have some more bills that I have entered that I have not paid yet. So what I see lots of times that happens with businesses, they'll have in their accounts payable, which is on their balance sheet, they'll have this balance. And they're like, but I don't owe anybody any money. I don't know why it's still showing, that there's something in accounts payable. And what usually happens is they go through the process that I just showed you, where you enter bills, and that's why we have this Computers by Jenny. But when they actually go and pay Jenny, then they enter that payment in either by printing a check or maybe enter it into expenses like we did. Some people will go straight to the register. And even though it's the same amount, it could be paid on March 5th, and it can be paid to Computers by Jenny. If you don't enter it the way I'm going to show you now, QuickBooks does not know that you're paying off this bill. Okay. So we're going to say, and that's why all these are still there, and we have a little red like saying, hey, this is overdue, because they probably have already paid it, but they just entered it a different way, or they just haven't paid it yet. So up at the top in the grayed out area, we need to tell QuickBooks how we're going to pay this bill, and we're just going to do Jenny. So the payment account, we can either pay her via credit card. We can pay her with a through our checking account, whether that's writing a check or ACH. And of course, we could do a Visa. So whatever credit card we have. So we're going to say we're going to pay her using our checking account. Now, once I click on the checking account, QuickBooks will let me know what is the balance of my checking account. So we have $1,201 in that checking account. And since I told QuickBooks it's a check, then automatically it is going to enter what it thinks is the next check number. And so it's 71. So if you are printing checks to pay your bills, I would highly recommend that you bring out the hard copy of that next check. Make sure you have it there in sight and really see what the next check number is so that you can make any changes. So we'll leave it at 71. We are going to tell QuickBooks that we're going to print this check later. And so when we select to print later, then the starting check number changes, because later we could be on check number 75. Okay. So those are the differences. If you're going to print it right now, starting check number, or print it later. Okay. So we're going to uncheck that. Now I can, and the neat thing, I can sort all of these columns, all of these three columns, not those two, those three. So I can sort it by in alphabetical order. If I had a reference number, I can sort it, or by due date. And sometimes you can have multiple pages. So the sort really will come in handy, especially when you're trying to find a particular vendor. So we're just going to click on in this little left square, Computers by Jenny. And if you notice, once I click there in the payment column, it's $500 will appear. And notice that this is, I can actually change this. So maybe instead of paying Jenny the $500, maybe I just want to pay her $250. So I can change it. And the balance of what I owe her will remain in accounts payable, saying that I still owe her that other $250. Okay. So I'm gonna change it back to 500 and see if we have any questions before I go on.
I don't, one just popped up. Can we add a debit card? And what if the bill is paid automatically? Vendor withdraw payments, auto payment.
Yeah. So yes, if you have a debit card where you see add new, you can always click that and add that debit card. If the vendor, if it's automatically and it's going to be automatically taken out of your checking account, then you still want to select checking. And then here, I would probably put something like, I do EFT for electronic fund transfer, but you know, whatever acronyms that you want to use, go on and do that. You usually have to assign a number to it. But you still want to document it because it is coming out of your checking account. And then again, if I was going to do a credit card, then whatever date that was that they're going to automatically pull from my credit card, I would put that, or close to that date anyway. You can put it there.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Sandra.
Okay.
Mason asks, what do you do with those red check marks when you make a mistake like you were describing?
Great question. All right, so hold that thought and we'll come back to it. Let me finish this, okay?
Sounds good.
All righty, so notice here at the bottom, it gives us what our current account balance is, and when we make this payment, what our new account balance is. And then down here at the bottom, we have the option to save, save and print, or save and close. And I'm going to save and close. And so now the bill for, let me refresh my screen. Hope I didn't lose it. Okay, cool. And sometimes you have to do that because what it does is just take you back to that same screen before you actually made those changes. And so you just go in and just refresh your screen. So QuickBooks will update it. Okay. All righty. So now that 500 transaction changes now to bill payment check and the check number. And notice that there's a negative or a minus sign by this 500, letting us know that we're going to take it out of our checking account and we're going to reduce our accounts payable. Okay. So now what we can do is we can delete or we can void it. we can view or we can edit it. Or what we really want to do, because we're going to print a check, we're going to come up here to say print checks. So we'll click on that. And then we can line it up. We've already done that. And okay. What did I do here? Oh, I guess it just automatically went. Sorry, I was going to show you guys that. I think I went too quickly. So let me go to it's not there. Whatever I did it so fast that I couldn't even show you where it printed the check. And it could be that I'm on the sample document. But anyway, here's the check in my check register. It was printed. And it was done on today's date. Okay. So to answer the question about what do I do with all of those bills that are due that I haven't paid? So we come back to the vendor center and go to vendors. And what I want to do is sort by open balance. And actually, I need to click it again. So all of those checks that are due will appear here. And the first one I have, and I guess I should have looked at, well, I know P&G was one of them. So we'll actually, we'll go over here to the arrow that's dropping down. And I don't want to do either one of those. Let me just go to P&G. Sorry, my computer is kind of slow. So I want to get into that vendor's account. And then I'm going to find that bill and I'm going to void it out. So here is the bill, the $86.44 that is still out there in the Netherlands there. And I also want to check it and make sure up here at the top right underneath the new transaction button, that I see that I still owe that vendor $86.44, just as a double check. So on the arrow by that $86.44, it has scheduled payment. Actually, let me make this bigger. There we go. So I click on that arrow and I go to delete. So I select delete and it says, are you sure you want to delete this transaction? Yes. So now there's $0 that's owed to this vendor. And when I go back to pay bills, PG and E, whatever it was, the vendor is not here. Okay. Can't remember who asked that question, but that's how you get rid of them.
And thank you. I usually just pay it and then void the redo it out, but so that was great.
Another way that you could do it too is click on, let's see, let me go back to pay bills. You can click on it. It takes you to pay bills, and you can go to more and you can delete it.
And Ida wants to know, why did you delete it? Was it paid? Did you pay it in another way, or was it just added by mistake?
Correct. Either or. It was either a mistake or I paid it another way and I wanted to get it out of accounts payable.
And Lauren asked a similar question.
Okay.
And she says, is there a register, like in QuickBooks Desktop, they have a register? I don't think in QuickBooks Online they do that.
A register.
Yeah,
So,
because in QuickBooks Pro, I could go to banking on the menu up top and then go to register.
yeah, you can go to, just open up chart of accounts, however you want to get to chart of accounts. And then go, it's all in accounts payable. So there's your register. So just click on view register. And of course we see the computers by Jenny, where I created the bill, and then where the bill was paid. And like P&G, it's not going to appear because I voided it. I mean, I didn't void it, I deleted it. So it's gone, never to be traced.
Lori was asking, when do you void versus delete?
Anytime it gives you an option to void, I recommend voiding. When it comes to the bill process, it did not have an option to void, which I think they may have taken that away because I think they did have one. But the only option I had was to delete. And that's okay when you're deleting the bills, because it's not messing up your bank statement because you haven't paid it. So it's okay to do that. Let's see, if, let's say that for whatever reason, this check that I wrote to Jenny, let's say it got lost and I verified that it was lost, and maybe it's 6 months after the fact and it never did clear my bank. Let's see. Yes, this is the bill payment. Then you can click on the more here, and then I have the option to void it. So whenever you have the option of void and delete, I would always go for void.
And Lauren asks, what we don't want to get rid of. Okay, that we don't want to get rid of a transaction that actually happened. I think in Sandra's case, she either paid it in a different way and she has to record the transaction again, but differently. Or she just wants to delete it entirely, right?
If you paid it a different way, then I would delete it. And if you wanted to go on and still use that later to make a payment, then of course you wouldn't delete it. I'm not sure if I answered the question. Maybe I don't understand the question.
Let's see, Lauren, if we could get you to speak. Okay, Lauren, I've allowed you to speak. You're on mute. Maybe if you could clarify that question for us a bit.
Lauren, if you're talking, we can't hear you. I think you're unmuted, but
Now, can you hear me?
oh, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Sandra and Chris. No, my question was that instead of voiding the transaction, would you go to pay it and just enter the information? Because maybe you pay it in another way that you don't remember sometimes. We write checks to vendors and we forgot to register that payment into QuickBooks. So that's why you still see the red mark in it. So you just need to go back to put the information and the check number and the day you pay it. Or if it's a duplicate, you should void it if it's a duplicate transaction.
Correct. You're correct. If it's duplicate, void it. If it has never been entered into QuickBooks, you can go and do it later and enter it using the bill pay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And one last one, Michael has a question. Why doesn't QuickBooks delete it from paid bills once you've paid it?
And Michael, it does. It does take it out of pay bills. So again, if we go back in, actually, let me go this way to pay bills. The one for the Jenny computers is no longer there because you did pay it. So it took it out.
Perfect. And we had one more come in that's pertinent to this. It says, and the clear payment means it got paid, not that the payment wasn't initiated. So what happens when you click clear payment?
When you click clear payment, and I'm trying to remember where that was exactly, so I can make sure I understand your question. You're not talking about here. I don't see a clear payment. Is that on Q&A? I mean,
Yes, it is. And she clarifies it's on the form, but I'm going to dismiss this and I'm going to let Lori speak.
okay.
Lori, you're able to speak. You're on mute.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi there. This has been really helpful, by the way. No, it was on the form that precedes this bill pay and it says clear payment. I just have had confusion with that on a couple of my transactions.
Are you talking about this form right here?
I think so.
Okay.
Like if you click on the vendor in the bill pay, it brings up the form and then I just saw there's a button that says clear payment. I don't know if anybody else knows better than me. I'm still learning.
Let's see. So here, and you clicked on one of these
Yeah.
and
then like say you're
oh, I know what are you creating a new bill?
I think that's what I was doing.
Yes. Okay. I know what okay. Let me, yeah, I know what you're talking about now. I apologize.
No, that's fine.
Okay. Let's pick a vendor. You're talking about this button right here.
No,
Okay.
I'll have to check back in later because I there's a little button that comes up on the actual form itself and it says clear payment. And I just saw it on the screen a few seconds ago, but that's fine. I'll check back in later. Thank you.
Okay. I apologize. I'm
No,
there. All righty. I cannot believe that I have gone over 2 hours and we have not had a break and no one has said anything. So let's take a quick 5-minute break and then we'll come back and talk about sales. Question. You ask that you use a credit card to pay all your expenses? And do you need to enter each transaction on the credit card into expenses and then show paying the credit card under pay bills? So no, you do not have to enter your credit card expenses in the pay bill process that we just went through. What you would do, you would still enter those payments that you've made, but you would just go to the new, I think I'm still sharing my screen. Yes, I am.
You are.
So you click on new, and then you would just go to expense item. Expense item. Sorry about that. And then you would enter the payment or the purchase here. And so you're just doing it one time into expense. So the pay bill, the method that we just spent some time on, would be if you're using purchase orders, that would be one. And then if you are entering bills that you receive from, again, like your telephone company, utility company, you know, you can even do rent this way. Any of those bills that you're receiving that you're going to pay at a later date. And I know you say, well, I'm going to pay my credit card at a later date, but you are going to make one payment to a credit card company versus entering when you go down to you know, the local discount store or to a tire store, and you use your credit card to pay for those tires. You want to record that transaction. And so you would record it into expenses. And then, you know, the next month, the credit card company sends you the statement and you have to pay the credit card company either a lump sum or your monthly payment. And so you really have two different transactions when you're looking at purchasing services and products with a credit card and then paying the credit card bill. And I'll show you how you would actually pay the credit card bill when we do some reconciliation. All right.
That's a good point, Sandra. You always have a second chance to redeem yourself during the reconciliation, right?
Yeah, that's right. All righty. Are we recording? Did you already start?
We are.
Okay, cool. All righty. So, and we're ending at 4, correct?
That's right.
I kind of did a debacle this morning. So let's go on and at least start on customers and sales transaction, especially since we had that dialogue when we were talking about vendors, and sometimes it can be kind of messy. So hopefully this section will clear that up a little bit, you know, when we're talking about gross receipts tax and reporting them and not reporting them. So customers and sales transactions, you are going to create your customers, and that's how you receive your revenue, and how you're going to record your revenue by the monies that your customers pay you. And so we're going to look at how you track those payments, make deposits, and then online payments. And we'll look at, if we have time, it may be next week, but sending statements to the customer, you know, after you may have sent them an invoice as well too. So for our customers, instead of it saying on the navigation bar, it says sales. So we're just going to click on sales. Okay. Like, come on, let's go. And then I'm going to select the all sales tab here. And you notice this screen looks very similar to our vendor screen that we were just working in. We have, of course, sales, and then we have 5 different tabs to choose from instead of 2 like the vendors. But then we have this very colorful, what we call money bar. And so the money bar, the first one, the light blue one, is estimates. So this is really great for those of you who have that your business is where you provide estimates to your customers before you perform the work. So great for contractors. And I love contractors, but boy, they are so busy. So it's hard to get an estimate out of them. All right, sorry. Ms. Hernandez is either laughing at me or giving me the eye, one or the other. It also tells us how many customers that have some unbilled activity. So this could be maybe time that our client, our employees, I'm sorry, our employees spent on a particular customer. It could be those, we purchased a particular item, like the sprinkler system for that particular customer. That's what those unbillable activities are. Overdue means these are invoices that we have already sent to our customers that they haven't paid us for and it's past due. And the gray one tells us that these are invoices that we have billed our customers for, but it's just not due yet for them to pay us. And then in the last 30 days, all those invoices that were paid, that our customers have paid us. Okay. And I am just going to show you really quick. Let's see. Okay, they kind of separated that. So let me click on a customer really quick. So here's Amy's Bird Sanctuary. And down below, these are all the transactions that we have had with Amy from the beginning of her becoming one of our customers. But what I want to show you is this edit button. And if you remember, it's very similar to the vendor. So we're going to click on that edit button and see how this screen, where it says customer information, it looks very similar to the vendors. There are some differences, and I'll go over those just really quickly. So this first part is pretty much the same. The name, company name, if there's a company, and how you want the check printed, and then all of the contact information. But at the bottom is where it's different than the vendors. Here you have, how many tabs is this? 8, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 6. Can't count. 7 tabs. You have an address tab where this is the customer's billing address, and then they may have a different shipping address. And so, of course, you would want that information. So that's the address tab. Then we're going to click on the notes tab. And this is any probably important information that you need to have for your customers. And the organization that I do the books for, I use this notes for like when they started the club, their anniversary, their birth date, their spouse's name, really any information that I can't capture anywhere else. And then you have your tax info tab. And this is really handy, especially for those of you who, and here we go, getting into taxes. Let's say that your business sells to nonprofit organizations, or you have a retail business, but you have businesses, sort of like the hardware store, where they will come in, contractors will come in and buy things for their customers, but they don't pay you taxes because they give you that non-tax transaction certificate, that NTTC. So that's where this would come into play. So let's say that your customers are not normally taxable. You know, they are a, and again, let's go with the construction business. So let's say, so Amy's baby bird sanctuary, whatever. So whatever she buys, then she is going to resell to her customers, her particular customers. So when she comes in and buy items from you, then she needs to, here in New Mexico, gives you what's called a non-tax transaction certificate. And that will have a number on it. And I would recommend that you would enter that number here, because you will need to use that again. And I would recommend that that certificate that she gives you, that you actually attach it as well. So anyway, I can click her as not taxable, but she is a taxable customer for us. And then the tax code, again, because this is a California sample company, automatically it's going to default to California. But we can, if we've already set up New Mexico, if we had, it would appear here. Okay. Then the payment and billing, just some information that you can kind of explore, you can add to it. If there's a particular language that you want your invoice to be sent in other than English, let's say that it is a Spanish speaking company, and so you want your invoice to be printed in Spanish, then you can select it here. The next tab is any attachments. Again, that's where that non-tax transaction certificate can actually be uploaded to. Any other attachments, you know, that you want to provide or that you want to have on hand for your customers, you can go on and add it here. And then any additional information, really, such as customer type, and we really haven't set up a customer type, but this could be, again, for a construction business, you have residential and you have commercial customers. Someone had asked me about retail and wholesale. And so you can add a customer type that's retail and then a customer type that's wholesale. And you can be able to keep those separate. So that would be a good type of customer type to have here. Okay, and anytime you stop doing business with this particular customer, QuickBooks will allow you to make that customer inactive. So right down here at the bottom, you could just click on make inactive, and then you can you will no longer see Amy Sanctuary on your customer list unless you actually say, you know, show all customers, and it will show your inactive and active customers. Okay, so we didn't change anything, so we are just going to just do the X and cancel out of that. So this is everything that pertains to Amy, as I said. So what we want to do is we want to create an invoice. And I want to go back to, or go over to John Milton. I believe he's the customer that we had actually bought a sprinkler for specifically from our vendor. So I want to show you how you would incorporate that in his invoice. So we'll click on John Milton. And here is his screen. And if you'll notice at the bottom, here on February 2nd of this year, we have a billable expense charge, and it's $145.90. That is the amount that we purchased from our vendor back earlier today, and we told it, or we told QuickBooks that we are going to bill this to our customer. So you've already told QuickBooks that, and so here it is. Now it's time for you to create that invoice to let John know, hey, you owe me for this sprinkler. Okay. So we will just click on the create invoice. And we have the invoice that will open up. And again, automatically, everything that we have put into John's customer center area will appear. And because we said this was an invoice for $145.90, then we want to, then it will come up, it will show $145.90. Sorry about that. Can get my thoughts there. All right. And so what are we selling him? I think it was a sprinkler system or something. Let's see. It was some sprinkler heads. I can't even remember what it was exactly. And I changed that for us. Well, maybe it wasn't sprinkler heads, but we're going to call it sprinkler heads. We're going to change that back to $145.90. And we are going to, let's see, it is going to be taxable because we are going to collect gross receipts from him. So we're going to select it there. And it's one, what else do I want to do here? And we need to come down here and select the sales tax rate. And we're just going to use California. So it's going to add that for us. And there is something else that I wanted to put on this one. I can't, there was another question that someone asked me and I can't remember what it was. I apologize.
Here, do you want me to go down? How do I record an expense from my phone bill, but the overall amount is part of my family bill and my portion is the business expense?
I don't think that, oh, it was tags. It was tags. So for tags, that was the difference between tags and rules. That's what it was. So for tags, again, this entire invoice could be, if you have a project, maybe there's a particular project that you're working on for John and you want to put it all in kind of one lump area where you can pull some reports from it, then you can tag it as, you know, oops, the wrong field here. Maybe as kitchen, or maybe a sprinkler system. So let's say that this was his backyard. Backyard job. And so anytime you purchase anything from him or for him, or you're invoicing him for something, then you can use this tag, backyard job. And I think there was another question for this, but I'll think about it. Okay. So there are some more options that we have down here on this little black strip. We can cancel, and if we cancel, then everything that we have done will go away. And the $145.90 that he owes us will go back to a billable activity. If we do clear, and I think if we do cancel, I'm not going to do it, I think it will take us out of here. And it, excuse me, it may also give us an option to save it. And if we do clear, it's going to clear everything out, and we'll still have an invoice that's open. We can print or preview this invoice so we can see what it looks like before we send it. So I'll do print and preview. And so let me download it, and hopefully my screen will show this. So how I set it up, it actually goes to my download folder. And just let me know if you all see this. It hasn't popped up yet, but I may have to stop sharing.
Right now we see print preview. What do you want to personalize? Oh, it popped up, and we're seeing the invoice as it looks as a PDF.
Cool, that's what I want to make sure. All right, so that's what the invoice would look like if you're wanting to, if you decide to print it out or mail it to them. Okay. Close that up. We'll close this. The other thing that I can do is make reoccurring. And I don't know if I would make this reoccurring, which basically that means either weekly or monthly, quarterly, semi-annually, or yearly, that this is going to be an invoice that we're going to create. And we're not going to do that. We can customize the invoice format, and really, I did not plan to do that. That is something that you can play with, or we can, have a one-on-one, and I can visit with you about that. Let's see, and then more. And more is where you all seen this before, your copy, void, delete, transaction journal. And actually, let me show you this transactional journal. And so this is what QuickBooks does the accounting for you in the background. And that's what this transactional journal is going to show us as soon as it comes up. Okay. So it shows us the accounts receivable that it's creating that John owes us. And then it's showing us the sale of the product, which is at $145.90. It shows us the inventory asset, which I'm not sure why that was in there, but anyway, I guess that's because it was sprinkler heads, just the way I did it. And then this board of equalization payable. This is our taxation and revenue department. So because I told QuickBooks that this transaction was taxable, and I told it which tax rate to use, it will also include in this transaction this $11.67 that we would have to pay to the state of New Mexico for gross receipts tax. So it will record it for you. So I'm going to stop there and see if we have any questions on this, the creation of this invoice.
Let's see here. What do we, a lot of questions about NTTC, non-taxable transactions. Do you want to go over those or not right now?
Okay. Let's
Okay.
go, let's hold on and I'll go back to NTT.
Okay.
No questions.
There's a question from Tiffany. Was it about how to add up charge? And then Diane says, can you search, sort by tags? Josh says we have a service-based company and most of our income comes from card transactions and third party like Square. Should we create a customer as Square to classify the transactions?
Okay, yeah, so let's address Josh, your question real quick. Actually, Square will download those transactions to QuickBooks. And really you can do this I think with Square you can, I want to say that you can import the transactions based on customers. So I know one other company I was working with in their Square account, it actually had the names of the customers. And so since it had names of customers there, you know, I just recommended that the client didn't duplicate it and put that same information in QuickBooks. Especially, to me, it just make life a little bit difficult. So if you're using Square, let it have the detail of your customers. And then when you are recording your sales that you get from Square, you're just going to report it or, you know, claim it as just a lump sum for that day. And so it's not, that amount is not going to be tied to a specific customer in QuickBooks because you have the detail in Square. So I don't know if we want to, if that makes sense to you, Josh, or if we want to bring you on the line and have a discussion.
And just to confirm, yeah, I would do the same thing when I would have online PayPal sales.
Mhm.
PayPal was an income account, just like a checking account. And I wouldn't record each sale individually because that would be a lot of time and effort. So it just goes in as a lump sum.
Yeah.
And I don't see anything from Josh, so I think that answered his question. We had another one come in. Is there a way to add overhead to an invoice? For example, if a company uses a subcontractor and charges an overhead fee for that subcontractor, how would I add the overhead?
So Rolinda, how you would do that is when you set up the services, the service item, you would set up where the contractor charges you, and the example I used earlier was the subcontractor charges you $35 an hour. But when you sell it, that same service to your customer, then you charge your customer $50. So it will be in the service item area. And so let me do this, just so that I won't lose that. Let me go back and just show you where you would actually record what the subcontractor charges you and how you're going to increase their fee over what you charge to your customers. Okay, it wants to take a long time. I think it's my computer. I think I need to update it. Okay, so let's go to products and services. And since I'm in a different, yeah, I'm gonna have to do a new one because I don't think that there's one in here. So when you create that service that you are purchasing from your subcontractor, which is a vendor, okay? Right here at the bottom where it says purchase information, I purchased this product from a vendor, which is a subcontractor. And you would put what you paid for it, which again, let's say it's $35. So you would enter your $35, which is your cost. But your sales price, what you're going to charge your customers, is $50. So when you go to create an invoice, your customers are just going to see the $50. They are not going to see the $35. This will just happen for you in the background. QuickBooks will take care of all the accounting transactions with that. And it will actually go into, it won't say cost of goods sold because it's not a good, but cost of labor or probably cost of labor. And it will show the $35 here, but your accounts receivable, or I'm sorry, your sales of your product would be the $50. That would be here. Okay. And Rolinda, did that answer your question, or that kind of makes it still?
Rolinda, raise your hand for me if you want to speak.
And while you're doing that, I'm going to.
Oh, she says, okay, that makes sense. Thank you. I just didn't think of it in that way. I normally do a separate line for the fee because I added a fee to all the material and subs. And she says, yes, it's been answered.
Yeah, I would create service items for sure. So Diane, for the tags, you can actually create a report. And in reports, and I apologize, I didn't show you where I went, but for your sales, there's a transaction list by tag group. So you can click on that and let's see here. I don't have anything in here, so a lot of things aren't going to show. Let's see. Well, no, I should have some stuff in here. Let me do all. Yeah, I don't have anything in here, so let's see. But you can pull a report for tax. Sorry, I don't have anything in here, so I can't pull it up. But yes, so you can at least pull a report, which can give you your search and your sorting by tax. And not only can you do, let's see, that was customers. I can't remember if I did one for see, I know that there was another. It may have been the only one. righty. I don't know if I answered Tiffany's question. Was it about how to add up an upcharge? Oh, yeah, we did that one. Okay.
Yes, we did that one.
Okay.
And then we sorted by tags
Mhm.
and upcharge. Let me dismiss that one. Non-taxable certificate. I just typed in a link for non-taxable certificates from the New Mexico Taxation and Revenue Department. I'm going to put
Mhm.
that link in there. Those change so often that it's best to ask the New Mexico Tax and Revenue Department about the non-taxable certificates.
And
then
then I will say for that NTTC, taxation and so it's New Mexico Taxation and Rev. They have a YouTube channel also, and they have an excellent video. And I think it was done last year, but it should be titled Non-Tax Transaction Certificate, or NTTC. And they also do, I believe, monthly webinars as well, and they go over the NTTC. But again, your NTTC is, in this case, with customers, this is where your customer would give you their NTTC if they don't want you as a business to charge taxes. So that's how that works.
you know what, Sandra, I'm going to chat out the link for those workshops. They're on demand now.
Okay.
And then there's a great webinar from the IRS about taxes. So I chat out both of those to everybody.
Awesome.
And then we have a question from Griselda. How do I record expense from, the one about the phone bill? She pays for her phone bill with her household expenses, but then wants to charge the business a portion of that phone bill.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So how I would do that, unless I'm just gonna go and do an expense, then you're gonna pay for it via credit card. So it doesn't matter, it still works the same way. Okay. So how I would do it is so there's a telephone company in here, it's called Cal Telephone. I'm just gonna use them. So for the business portion of that telephone bill, it would be part of your expenses. So in this case, it's utilities, telephone, or you just may have telephone expense. And like I said, it is an expense. And, you know, whatever month it is, I don't know if you want to get this much detail, and then do business portion. And then whatever the amount is. And let's say it's $240. Okay. And then for on the next line, let me ask you this. Are you, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I bet you she paid it with her personal credit card.
Oh, you paid it with your personal credit card?
I bet you that's Griselda. We could let Griselda talk, but I'm
Okay,
betting
yeah.
that's the, yep, that's correct, she says.
Okay, so you paid it with your personal credit card. So then you would do, yes, I want to leave without saving. You're going to do a journal entry. So it's under the new and the other heading. There's the journal entry. So you are going to again hit the telephone. Telephone expense account for $240. And you're going to say that this is, you know what, January 2022 phone bill, or whatever you want to put in there. And then on the next line, you are going to hit an account that's called owner's draw. I'm taking it that you are sole proprietor. Would that be correct?
Yes, she says sole member.
Okay, cool. So I don't have one in here. So you should have an account that's called, or you can create one that's called owner's draw. Not owner's draw, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, owner's draw. No, I'm sorry. Owner's capital. Sorry, capital. Okay. And I'm creating a new account. This is part of that chart of accounts. And it's an equity. And it is down here. Let's see. I would, yeah, owner's equity. Okay, owner's capital. For the difference. So when you do a journal entry, your debits and your credits need to equal. And QuickBooks will force it to equal. You just have to make sure you assign the correct accounts to it. Now, probably your accountant may kind of scream if you're doing journal entries, because they're like, no, I don't like journal entries. But I mean, it's a fact of life. That's the only way that you can get where you personally paid for the business phone expense, but to be able to record it as a business expense. This is the only way that you can do it.
Or get your phone bill in your business name and just pay your business a business phone, separate phone.
Oh, Christopher.
And then Luis asks, I was having internet problems at the beginning of class this morning, so I may have missed this, but how can you easily tell which QuickBooks Online version you have by name?
Yeah. And let me finish with this one just real quick. The journal date should be the date that you paid that telephone bill. And then probably the journal number. I would start with whatever year it is and do -01. So in case you have another journal entry, the next one will automatically be 2022-02. Okay, so just save and close.
Oh, that's a good one. Thank you, Sandra. That but you're never going to get me as a bookkeeper if you do that, though.
So to find out what subscription level we have, you would go to the gear. And of course, it's not listed here because it is a sample file. But right in this area between account settings and probably manage users, it will say subscription and billing. And you'll have an option there. And so you can go in and look and see what type of subscription level that you have. And I cannot tell you where it is exactly in the handouts that we gave you, but it is in your handouts how you would do that. And I was trying to see if I can just go back to it really quickly, but oh, there we go. Billing and subscription. I just saw it. Oh, there we go. I just lost it. There we go. So let me stop sharing that. And let me share another screen. I think I'm probably sharing the wrong one. I can't see it. Very so small.
We are seeing a slide that says billing and subscription.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what it would look like. Whatever is in this first block would be your subscription level. All righty, looks like we have some more questions unless we've already answered all of them. Maybe,
We don't have anything in the Q&A.
okay.
No, nothing in the chat, right? Oh, something just popped in the Q&A. Ida asks, how do you pull up a list of all customers?
Great question. So again, you can go to your gear right here. I am sharing, right? You see the Craig's Design and Landscaping Services.
We do, and we see the gear.
Okay, you go to the gear and then go to all list. And where are my customers? Ah, you know what? Actually, you can go. That's right, they did change that. Sorry. You can go to sales. And I know there's a list there. And oh, sorry, folks, they have changed it. Right here, there's leads and customers. It's like, where is that? So this is a new option that QuickBooks has added. They usually had all of it in under sales. So my apologies. So leads and customers. And then this is all of your customers. And it's on the navigation bar.
Perfect. Thank you, Sandra. Nothing's popping into the Q&A or chat right now, but do you want to show people how to record like a cash register tape at the end of the day?
So let's do, because I was on invoicing. And yeah, so let's go on and do that. So on the navigation bar, you can select new. And on this one, you are going under customers. You're going to select sales receipt. And your sales receipt is going to look very similar to the invoice that we just created. And this is again for those of you who are just recording daily sales and it's not tied to any customers. So you're actually going to create a customer that's called daily sales. And we're just going to tell QuickBooks to just save it. So there's no email, no address, no nothing tied to it. And then the sales receipt date. So if you are recording sales for yesterday, which was what, Wednesday? So you would do, Wednesday was the 2nd, wasn't it? So February 2nd. And you would probably want to record, let's see, it depends on really kind of how, most of this is probably going to be by a credit card that you're recording. And so since you really don't know what it is, then you can create another payment method that just says credit card.
And that could be PayPal, that could be Square.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Can do that. And then the deposit too. So you already know how much they're going to give you. So it will probably hit your checking account. So you're going to deposit it to your checking account. And then this is, what do we have here? Let's see. Actually, folks, I apologize. I'm thinking something else. So let me get out of here. we're just gonna make a deposit. All right, so we'll go back up to new and we're gonna do bank deposits. There we go. So it's gonna go to checking. And then we're going to come down here. And then we're going to use that daily sales. We're going to tell it the account number is, or the account is going to be services, whatever you had set up. And then it would be sales received from, if you wanted to do Square. And I would go on and probably do the today's date again, just to have more detail. Payment method was a credit card, because again, it's going to be a collection of Visa, MasterCard, Discover, and then whatever that amount is. And again, in the description, you can copy and then paste and memo. I didn't spell receive right, but. So that would be the deposit that you will make for that Square. And then you do save and close.
I like that, Sandra. I do it the hard way, which is the way you were doing it first, and then I show a transfer from Square to checking, but you skip a step and I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, go right to deposits. You know, back in the day, that is how you would do it in QuickBooks. But now it's just better to do a deposit like this. So.
Oh yeah, way easier.
Mhm.
Ida says, I'm sorry, when I go to leads, she asked about where do I find that list of all the customers. She said she's not having any luck with that method.
Okay, so when she went to on the navigation bar, there's not a leads and customers?
No, she said she went to leads and customers and it only shows open invoices, not all customers.
Really? Hmm. And you are on the sample, right? I guess it really doesn't matter. Was that correct? She's on the sample company, or is she on her own subscription?
Let's see, I could give her the ability to speak if she's
Okay,
online.
that's a good.
Ida, you're allowed to speak. You're on mute, unmute, and we could hear you.
It used to be that you went under sales and it had customers and it would show you all your customers. Well, on my QuickBooks, I went to leads and customers and it only shows me the open invoices, the unpaid invoices.
Oh, you know what? And you did scroll down, right?
Yes, there's just a handful of
Right.
customers.
You're right. Okay. I see that. That's, well, video. Well, no, he doesn't owe us anything. So, and you are on the company, the sample company, or you're on your own?
On my own.
Okay. So click on that open balance, which is the second column from the right, and make sure that the arrow is pointing up, and tell me what you see.
It shows a little more, but, and it's some zeroed out balances, but it's not giving me the whole customer list.
Okay, so scroll down to the bottom of that screen, and at the very bottom to the right, tell me what is a number that you have, or let me know, is the word next, is that black or is it grayed out?
Yes, it does have next. I can see the rest of them now.
Okay. Okay.
Perfect.
Cool.
Thank you, Sandra. Ruby wants us to rewind a bit. Can you go back to where you recorded the cash register sales or the square sales?
Sure. So let's see. Let's go chart of accounts. I did it in the register just to show you another way of getting there. You go to your check register. And then here's those daily sales.
Okay, I'm gonna let Ruby speak because she has a question about the second line.
Okay, and then I'm going to I just click edit so I can bring up that actual deposit slip.
So Ruby, you're allowed to talk. You're on mute. Unmute and we could ask away.
I think you're still muted, Ruby. Looks like you are.
What she put in the chat was rewind how to record sales, card, cash, checks. I think we might need a little bit more than that, Ruby.
So, yeah. So I will say this, nowadays, you are going to have a deposit that is strictly just credit card deposits, and then a separate deposit that would be cash and checks. That either you, if it's cash, then you are actually taking it to the bank. And so you will want to create a separate deposit slip for the cash that you're depositing. And if some of that cash happens to be checks, then you can include both of them.
I think I'm on now. Can I ask my question?
Sure.
Well, we were talking about daily sales, and I was thinking about a retail establishment that does credit card sales, receives checks and cash on that specific day. So if we were recording it, would line number 2 be for cash and number 3 for checks on that particular day, or how would you break it down?
It would be a separate deposit. It would be a separate transaction, because this records what exactly is going to be deposited into your checking account. So if you do credit card sales, the credit card companies will deposit only credit card sales. And so
Yes.
that's what you want to show up on your bank statement, right? Because that's
Yes.
what's happening in real life.
Yes.
Then the checks and the cash that you collect for the day, then you are going to take that to your bank and make the deposit. So you will actually do another deposit. So go to new and then bank deposit. And you would do, again, it's gonna be sales, what is that? Income. No, I can't remember that income. What is it? Sales. Now I can't find it. So whatever the sales would be.
Didn't you call it daily sales? That's why I was wondering what would happen. How would you be able to see what you, on a particular day, what came in as a total?
Right. So the receive from would be daily sales. So in this column, it would be received, it would be daily sales. And then the account, sales of product, services. Or in your case, it would be retail. I don't know what account you're using to record your income. So that's what would go here, okay? And then here, it would be sales from cash. And I would probably go on and put the date, just so that you can have that in your records. And of course, the payment method is cash. And then the amount. And let's say that's $5,000. Now, on line 2, because all you're recording is daily sales, you're not tying it to any customers, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So personally, at this point, I would probably record all of the checks separately on each of the lines.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Yeah,
I
because,
wasn't quite sure.
because
The total.
right, and I would probably go on and label, who wrote those checks to me. So I would probably go on and make them customers. So this would be, so I received a check from Cool Cars, which is one of my customers. And I would say, again, I could say daily sales. I probably should have had the daily up there. And again, the same thing. And I could have just copied and paste this. And the check method is a check, or payment method is a check. And I would record the number of the check. So if it was check number 5,964, I would record it there. And then the amount of that check. And then on the next line, it will be the next person who wrote me a check. And then I would just copy and paste just to save. So it'd be check, and then whatever check number that was, and the amount. Now, the reason why I tell you to do it this way, if you're only recording daily sales, is because when one of those checks bounce, and they will at some point, it's going to be easy to trace it. If you were just to do one line and call it all checks and put the lump sum check in there, you're going to have a hard time trying to go back and seeing, what client that was. And it's just, you're just going to create a mess for yourself. So it's easier to do it this way. Does that help?
Yes, it does.
Okay, cool.
And Sandra, Mason was confused about this. Let me clarify. This would be like if you have a lemonade stand. Most of the time you're selling products. If you had like a psychology booth, like Lucy in the Peanuts crowd, maybe you do it then and you didn't have specific clients. But most of the time it's just for broad sales.
Right, when you're not really tying monies to a specific individual.
And Mason is a consultant, so he will have specific individuals tied to the
So
payment.
Mason, don't even look at what I'm doing here. Because there's another way that you would do it for your individual, for your type of business, okay? So again, this is only for sales as you lump them together, and it's not tied to a specific customer. I know that's kind of confusing because I just did the checks, but the reason why I did the checks that way is so that you can better track them. So before we end, let's do that. I'm gonna save and close this. So I am going to go back to my sales and look at my invoices. Now, Mason, this is, was it Mason?
Mason was the one that
Okay.
shouldn't have to worry about this, about the
Okay.
broad sales.
Yes. So Mason, you will actually, am I coming through gargled? Or am I clear?
No, we could hear you clearly.
Okay, I just got a message that it was kind of, all righty. So, for each of your clients, Mason, you will do an invoice. So how we created the invoice for the one person, and let me just do it again so we can have another invoice. So we're going to create an invoice for Cool Cars. I'm just going to pick on them. And we are going to sell them our consultant services. So here is going to be design services. And we're going to put design. And here you would put consultant. And we spent 2 hours with them and we charge them $100 an hour. And it is taxable. We want to enter the tax rate down here. So our customers will owe us $216. Okay. Everybody good? Okay.
Ida
So,
was asking, how would you change that tax rate? Or how do you add a tax rate if we need one? Or does online just have them all in there?
no, you would actually have to go in and tell QuickBooks. And I'll show you, probably not today, because we're like 4 minutes away. On next time, I'll show you how to do what we're going to do taxes. So we are going to select save and close. And then regardless of when your customers pay you, Mason, whether it's that same day or let's not say it's the same day. Let's say you bill them. So you're giving them, 30 days to pay you. So they pay you, right? So when you receive that payment from them, then you would come again to this screen of, let me wait till it opens. I had to refresh my screen so that invoice will appear. Okay. So my invoice that I just did. 216, there we go. Cool Cars. Okay, so I just did this one. So when I see Cool Cars for this particular invoice, the next step is to receive the payment. So I select receive payment. And since I did it from that invoice, it automatically knows that that's the invoice. It was a check that they sent. And again, I'm going to put the number of that check, whatever it is. It's going to go to undeposited funds. And again, because I selected that invoice to receive payments, QuickBooks automatically in this bottom portion will have the invoice. It'll put a check mark by it, the amount, and what the payment is. And so you just need to make sure that that check is actually written for $216. And if it's written for less or more, you can change it here. So amount received. Okay. So this is how you would do yours if the payment is tied to a certain client, individual, customer. Okay. I'm gonna pause and make sure that that answers the question. or if it's understandable.
You could raise your hand for me if you want to talk about it. Oh, Mason says, but what if I just deposit the check immediately?
So if you deposit, and this is where you're not billing them, and I'm going to take that assumption. So we're going to save and close. So if they pay at the time of services, but you still want it tied to a customer, you still go up to new.
Sandra, Mason saying no. So let me give Mason
Okay,
some ability to speak,
okay,
and then we could
okay.
get some clarification. Mason, you have the line right there.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So just in the previous step, you had it putting it in deposited funds. Does that create an extra step where later I have to say, oh, the check went through? Or because usually what I do, I get the check and I just scan it with my phone and deposit it.
Okay, so since you're doing it that way, yes, you can, yes, you would go to bank deposits. And when you get to bank deposit, yes, whatever the name of that customer is,
Mm-hmm.
let me pick a different customer. Just let's do Duke's basketball camp. And then services. And whatever, you know, you want to put in description, and if it was a check, like you said, and then that check number, and then the amount.
And that will tie it to that invoice?
Well, in this case, you really don't need an invoice because you
No,
You-
but I do send them invoices. I'm just saying when the check comes in the mail, I
oh,
open it up and just
Okay.
immediately deposit it.
okay, I get what you're saying.
Sandra, Mason is impatient. He does not want to wait till he gets his bank statement to reconcile that expense.
I don't deal with a large volume of checks, so I just do it when I get it because it takes 1 minute, right?
Right. So,
I personally wait until I get the bank statement and I put that little check mark against the deposited that it was received.
Oh,
But but I tend to deposit multiple checks at once to the bank. If you do that, the bank will tend to lump them together as one transaction.
yeah, if
So
you
I
do the same date. So how you would do that, Mason, since you already have an invoice, when you receive in the payment and you're going to automatically put it in, or, you know, scan it, and it's going to be deposited. Right here, you would still do receive payment, still put the check number, and instead of deposit to undeposited funds, you're going to hit directly to checking.
okay.
And
Great.
so you have the invoice and you receive in the payment. So you have a two-step approach. Okay.
Great.
Okay.
Thank
but
you.
Mason, you're going to get that one check that doesn't show up on the bank statement, and then when you go to reconcile, you're going to already have it as deposited funds. So you're gonna regret that later on.
Maybe.
I would be more patient and just wait for my bank statement if I were you.
Okay, so you can deposit it and just make sure that you check the bank statement that it came through at the end of the month or whatever.
Or you know, you can with online banking. I mean, you have access to your bank account.
Yeah.
24/7. So you can see that check has cleared. And so
And then do it. Okay.
Yeah. And so I would just kind of, so that's where Chris and I kind of disagree. So
No, I love it. Thank you, Sandra.
No, I like this idea. So I would do it in undeposited funds. And then the step after that is just to check the bank account that it went through, like the next day if I want to, or whenever. I can schedule it for that and then put all those undeposited funds into deposited.
no, again, I guess I'm kind of confusing you. No, if you are scanning a check, and you know what, you need to check and see how your bank does it. Because if you scan it and you do a mobile deposit, now what my bank does is that one mobile deposit will appear on my bank statement as just that amount. Even
Exactly.
if I have multiple that same day, they won't lump it. Now that's my bank.
That's how mine works.
Okay, so if that's the case, then no, don't put it in undeposited funds. You go directly to checking.
hmm
So this is what undeposited funds is, and I'm sorry, we're over 4 o'clock. Undeposited funds is like the safe that you have in your business, or it's like your cash register drawer, where you are holding your cash and your checks until the end of the day. And then at the end of the day or the next day, you're counting it all up, and all together, you're taking the checks and the cash, and you're making the deposit in one lump sum. So then you have a 3-step process. You create the invoice, you receive in the deposit, and you have it stored in your vault or your cash drawer. And then you make the deposit, meaning you take it to the bank. We'll talk about that again next week.
Maybe at some point I'll do that, but I think for my purposes, the easier way is better.
Right.
Single
You have a
deposit.
2-step. Mhm.
Thank
Okay.
you so much.
All righty. You guys are really troopers. We have 36 people still on. It's after 4. What other questions can we address before we end today?
Louisa asked for a billing contractor. How will we see an overview of each job as to expenses, profits, and losses?
So that's with your reports. And your reports. And again, depending on how you set it up, whether you set it up with classes or if you do a tag, you can see, and I don't think I have any classes because I haven't turned it on. Okay. So you can see, I'm not sure if you can see a profit and loss with the tag group because I don't have anything in here. But if I did, it would show whatever tag group that you had or whatever class that you had. It would show the income and the expenses on that particular project, if that's how you set it up. And I apologize, I don't have it here, but it would be in your reports.
Could you look at the customer directly as well?
So yeah, you can. Let's see. So you can do a profit and loss detail. And here are all of our income. And then here are our customers right here.
Cool. Thank you, Sandra.
And then our expenses. Let me get down to the expenses. So here are expenses. So here are our vendors. And then you can just do a report. Let me go back out. And over here where it says sales and customers. Oh, here's my customer contact list. Sorry about that. I knew we had one. But I can see sales by customer detail. So let me click on that. So for the month of February, here's just the 2 customers that I have created an invoice for. And here they appear here. Let's look at all dates. So here's all the transactions that I've done with Amy. And then now my next customer. So I'm thinking that's what you want. And I apologize, your customer list is right here. Customer contact list. And I believe you can manipulate this. So here's all of your customers.
And that's under reports? Yeah,
That's under reports, yes.
perfect, thank you. Zachary wants you to do a mobile app or wants you to tell us about mobile apps, but I don't know if you're going to do a class on mobile, the QuickBooks mobile app anytime soon.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about some of the apps, hopefully next week. But it'll be, it won't be a lot. If there's some specific ones that you're wanting to me to cover, let me in chat, and I'm not sure if Chris has already done it. Let me put my email address. And if you have some specific things that you're like, okay, I really do want to know this, I ask that you email me your questions and what you're wanting. My email address is in chat. And because sometimes your questions, I may need to do some research. So the sooner you get them into me, that would be great. And so if there's a particular app that if I can show you here, if you'll let me know, then I can prepare for it for next week.
And Adrian asked me to tell you guys this. If you're already working with an advisor and you want Sandra to answer some questions about QuickBooks, have your advisor reach out to Sandra and they could do a co-counseling together via Zoom.
Yes.
And let's see, one more. I think we have one more time for Q&A. Awesome, thank you. I'm also wondering what is better to get to import QuickBooks into easier TurboTax Online or TurboTax download.
You know what? I was going to look at that, and I'm sorry. That's probably one of those apps. Because I can't remember if TurboTax is an Intuit product. I don't
It
know.
is. They work well together.
Okay. So yes, you can download it. Yeah, it's still Intuit. So Intuit also had Quicken, and Quicken is a home, definitely a home-based business, or I shouldn't say home-based, sole proprietor, but a personal financial system, and it was all under Intuit, and then they split. And so I can remember if TurboTax went with Quicken or if it stayed with Intuit. So yes, it will talk. Your programs will talk to TurboTax.
And in my experience, you don't even have to do a download and an upload. If you have them both working together, I think TurboTax will ask you for your login credentials to your QuickBooks, and it will automatically walk you through a download. That's what I remember. But bring Sandra in during that download. It's in a counseling session.
Well, you know, I'm an accountant, but I'm just not your accountant. So that's where probably that line is drawn.
Perfect. Thank you, Sandra. I don't want to push anybody over the limits of our class, and I want to respect your time, Sandra. Do you want me to dismiss everybody?
Yes, thank you all, and we'll see if you show up next week. I didn't scare you off too much.